thermonuclear war.
Hey there, Hacker Frogs. It's me, the Shy Hat, and we're here to do HackerFrogs After School. We're here to do HackerFrogs free hacking. We're hacking all the things. So let's talk about what we're going to be covering today. On each one of these streams, we like to cover a bunch of different topics. So today is Friday, March 27th, 2026, and we're going to be covering the following topics on today's stream. So topic number one is going to be our programming topic. We're going to be doing some warm-up programming with Advent of Code 2015. So Advent of Code is a Christmas event, but of course we can play these, we can do these challenges after Christmas is over. So that's what we're going to be doing. And that's going to be the first hour of today's stream. In the second hour, we're going to be taking a look at a HackTheBox course on network traffic inspection basics. So it's basically, well, we're going to be using some, what is it called again? Wireshark. Wireshark is a very common program for inspecting network packet captures. And we're going to be learning how to do that with the HackTheBox course in the second hour of today's stream. In the third hour, we're going to be doing HackerFrogs AfterSchool. HackerFrogs AfterSchool is a little training program that I came up with where we teach beginner level skills to people who want to get into cybersecurity. Not even T-Shark, not even T-Shark. Well, I mean, it's a bit intimidating for people to use CLI programs for network inspection, network packet inspection. Anyways, is it HackTheBox Academy or normal HackTheBox? So this is going to be HackTheBox Academy, and yeah, so it's a course based around network traffic inspection basics. So the third hour, we're going to be doing Python basics. We're going to be taking a look at object-oriented programming, so objects in Python as well as classes, and we're going to be taking a look at dictionaries as well. That's going to be in the third hour of today's stream. In the fourth hour, we're going to be taking a look at HackingHub. HackingHub is a CTF website where we can do easy, well, they're not always easy, but they're cybersecurity education exercises, and we're going to be taking a look at that in the fourth hour. And in the fifth hour and the sixth hour, we're going to be taking a look at the Cloud Lab over at HackSmarter. We're going to be taking a look at cloud hacking with IAM enumeration. And that deals with AWS, which is Amazon Web Services, Amazon's cloud computing offering. So let's go ahead and get on into the first topic. What I'm going to do is I'm going to put a number of minutes on the clock that we're going to spend to cover the topic. In this case, it's going to be 60 minutes. Let's go ahead and set the time. Okay, I heard good things about that HackSmarter stuff. Yeah, I did as well. I did as well. So Tyler Ramsey is here on YouTube, and Tyler Ramsey runs the HackSmarter website. I'd give you a shout out. Actually, can I shout out your Twitch channel? How do you spell that? Is it hack_smarter or is it? Anyways, but Tyler Ramsey is here and he runs HackSmarter. We're going to be covering stuff from his website at the end of today's stream. Hack_smarter. Okay, so let me give you a shout out. There you go. Okay, I heard there's this awesome new network lab to have. Dark Haven. Oh, awesome, awesome. Yeah, I'm gonna have to check that out some other time, but we're gonna be covering the IAM enumeration lab today. But yeah, thank you very much. No worries, no worries. Not everything can be free, but it's good that there are some free things for us people who are on a budget, of course. Okay, talking about hacking and then sending tiny URL links. Kind of bold. Well, I mean, you can test them out in a sandbox if you like. Anyways, honk honk. Hello, nice to see you here. Anyways, let's get into our first topic. So our first topic is going to be Advent of Code. So Advent of Code from 2015. It was over a decade ago that that Advent of Code started up. But what are we going to be doing today? So we need to come up with a program that that deals with these kind of circumstances. So what hacker cannot check a tiny link to first be sane? Well, I mean, you can I'm sure there are services out there that can translate the tiny links into something else for you that in a safe way. But the reason why we use tiny links is because YouTube doesn't like long links and it doesn't parse them properly. So that's why I have to use the tiny links for the sake of YouTube. Okay, so on day 5, which is where we are, Santa needs some figuring out which strings in his text file are naughty or nice. So a nice string is one with all the following properties. So it contains at least 3 vowels, A, E, I, O, U only, such as these ones, or these are the ones over here. It contains at least 1 letter that appears twice in a row. So we've got 1 set of double letters. So XX, DD, whatever, whatever. And it does not contain the strings wait. No, we're on part 2. Okay, sorry everybody. The rules have changed. So we're doing the second part of the exercise, and the criteria is different. Okay, there is unshortened.it, but it also all hacksters can also use curl. That's true. That's true. So if you use curl with a suspicious link, then you're not actually going to render out JavaScript because curl doesn't do that. Okay, so part 2 is realizing the error of his ways. Santa has switched to a better model of determining whether a string is naughty or nice. None of the old rules apply, as they are all clearly ridiculous. Yes, of course. Now a nice string is one with all of the following properties. So we need to check that it has all of the following properties. Okay. How much is HackTheBox? How much is HackTheBox, or how much HackTheBox are we doing today? Kinsey, hello, nice to see you here. If you could clarify your question. We're going to be doing free stuff from HackTheBox today. Okay, so a nice string is one with all the following properties. It contains a pair of any 2 letters that appear at least twice in the string without overlapping. Okay, so any 2 letters appear at least twice in the string. So XY, or AA. So they don't need to be next to each other, but they do need to appear in the same string, but without overlaps. Okay, and it contains at least 1 letter which repeats with exactly 1 letter between them, like XYX. Oh, okay. So this stuff is going to be a bit harder to implement. And yeah, so we need to figure out how to do this with our script. So the other thing we can do is we can get our puzzle input, because we're going to have to be applying these rules to a set of data. So the data set is over here, and our input, we'll just select all the strings and copy them, and then we'll write them out to a file. So while we do this, I might as well put on a little bit of music so that we can enjoy some of that. So how about this music? Okay. Miora moment. Hello, nice to see you here. If I'm mispronouncing your name, I'm sorry. Anyways, let's go in here. Let's create input.txt, and we'll paste in all of our strings. So we need to check all of the strings inside this file here. And the music's a bit loud. Let me go ahead and turn that down. Okay. Hi, I'm new here. We are the HackerFrogs. Hello. Okay. Didev says, is there another interview with Chechow today? Because that's what's displayed under your VTuber pic. Oh, wow. Yeah, I forgot to change some of my overlay. Let me go ahead and change that. So today, it's going to be Python Part 7, and it's going to be HackSmarter. HackSmarter IAM enum. Hopefully that fits. And yeah, thanks for letting me know about the overlays being wrong, because I don't want to misinform anybody. Teach us the way, Sensei. Yeah, no worries. Okay. All right, so let's get into this. So we've got our input.txt file. It's full of all of our fun strings over here. And what are we doing with our Python code? So for this challenge, we need to sort through the strings and return the number of strings that qualify. So let's talk about the 2 criteria that we're going to be following today. So we need to find strings that that contain a pair of any two letters that appear at least twice in the string without overlapping. Okay, so let me copy this, and we'll just put it in our description here. Okay, so that's the first criteria. Being a streamer without production equals hard mode. I mean, not everybody, well, most people who do live streaming can't really afford to hire a production team or hire anybody to help do their production, so they're mostly people who are doing it all live. So it contains a pair of any two letters that appear at least twice in the string without overlapping, and the second criteria is contains at least one letter that repeats with exactly one letter between them. Okay? So that's the second set of criteria. And we need to make sure that they both qualify. And those will be the strings we're looking for. It does not make it any less hard. True. Git, hello, nice to see you here. Are you a person who enjoys using Git? Git? Please let us know. Okay, I YOLO all my streams as well. Yeah. It's it can be kind of difficult. Okay, so we need to figure out two different functions that check for these criteria. So it contains a pair of any two letters that appear at least twice in the string without overlapping, and contains at least one letter that repeats with exactly one letter between them. Are you a Git like Linus? Is that what Linus named the thing after? Gits? Okay, so let's see. So in our script, we need to define our file path because we're going to be making a big old list with our file input, and we're going to be keeping track of nice words up here in the globals, and we need to keep track of our vowels because they're looking for. Oh, we're not looking for vowels anymore. So these two criteria don't involve any vowels. So I guess we don't need our vowels list. Okay, let's get rid of that. So I guess has double pairs with our word. We were working on this. We were working on this function when we last left off. So n equals 2, pair list equals word, and then I guess we take it apart. For I in range, 0 length of word n, and then return the pair list. So what we're trying to do here is we're trying to return all of the pairs, all of the so for each one of these strings, we're going to split it up into pairs. So the first two letters are going to be pairs, and then the second two letters and the third two letters, etc., etc. And then we're going to be checking for identical values afterwards. Okay, Linus names his software after himself mostly, and he named his concurrent versioning system after his personality, that of a Git. Ah, right. Well, a Git is... Anyways, if you've seen his rant about NVIDIA, that you would not doubt he is one. I don't know. I haven't listened to his thoughts on NVIDIA. Okay. So n equals 2, pair list equals word I plus n for I in range. Okay. So return pair list. I guess what we need to do is we need to test this. We need to test if the function is actually going to return a pair list, and we need to do it with. We'll grab like a sample string. So sample string, and we're just going to do it. How many letters is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, that's 10 letters. Make sure it's a string. And we just need to run the function and make sure that it returns a list with a bunch of two-letter strings. Okay, so has double pairs. on what? On sample string. Okay, we'll print it out and we'll see if this works. The newbie me is lost. So this part is going to be a bit tough because we're trying to use Python to solve some challenges. If there's something that you don't understand about what's going on in the Python code, feel free to ask, and I'll try to explain what's going on with that part of the code. Okay, so we'll run Python over here, and this returns the entire string. Oh, you know what? Hold on. Let me get rid of this. Okay, we'll write it out again. Didev says he's barely written any code though. That's okay. So Chuck, I think if you come back in a couple of hours, we'll be doing the beginner's Python lesson. Okay, so this seems to be working. It does return pairs of strings. So this works. The next thing we need to do in the function is we need to append to this list because we need to offset it. So we need this as an offset. So we also need to record this set of pairs, this set of pairs, this set of pairs, and this set of pairs. I mean, it's okay if we got if we have single letters in the list as well, because they'll never really match. Actually, there's a possibility that they could match. So we need to check only the strings that are exactly two characters long. Okay, so pair list is like this, and then we need to append as well. Let's see. Is this such an easy introduction to regular expression? Is this an easy introduction to regular expressions? I don't know if it is an introduction to regular expressions in this case, but I mean, it's up to your interpretation. I'm not too sure if anybody can see this web page that I'm putting in the chat now, or if it's going to ask that you log in. Oh, no, you can see it, okay. But you can't see part 2. Okay, so we got our initial pair list here. The next thing we need to do is we need to offset it. So how do we offset it in an efficient manner? I guess for I in Word, we need to do something. I guess we could, for each element, we could take the second. We could take for each element in the list, we could take the second element of the first item, and then the first element of the second item, and append that. So I don't think we need n at the end of the arguments in range, do we? Where is it? So n is equal to 2. So n is equal to 2 means that we're skipping by 2 each time. So we got I plus n, and then n in range 0, length of the word, and then n. I mean, it seems to work right now. I'm not too sure if it's absolutely necessary or not. But you know what we can do? We can remove it, and then we'll see if we see any difference. So right now we see this as the result. Before I do that, I guess we can comment this out. Okay, we'll try removing this. And then we'll run the code. We'll run the thing again. Unexpected indent. Where's my unexpected indent? So this is line 23. I should probably have opened this up with our lines. So where's the unexpected indent? Hold on. Let me close this out. We'll open it up with lines. No, I mean this should be indented. Line 23. I wonder what it doesn't like about this. Control C should help. Control C. Ah, okay, that displays your line. Okay. I think it's because, well, I mean, I think it'll work now. Okay, so I mean, this is the same thing, so I guess, wait, is it? No. Actually, I think this is exactly what I want. Hold on, I think this is exactly what I want, because it looks like we've got more pairs here. We got AS and then SD, and then DF and then GH, and then HH. Oh wow, I've accidentally stumbled on what I want with the help of DieDev. Thank you. Okay, let me sit down and watch the pros at work relaxed. I wouldn't call myself a pro exactly. But I'm sure I've got some people who are more professional than me in the chat right now. Okay, so I think... So the last thing we need to do is we need to eliminate anything in the list that is exactly 1 character long. So delete strings from lists that are 1 character long. I mean, this is predictable though, because all of the strings in the input file are the same length. Let me double check. So input.txt, they all seem to be the same length. This is like something in the neighborhood of like 16 characters. If we echo n, and then we word count this, these are all 16 character strings. So if there's 16 character strings, I mean, we just need to delete the last. We just need to delete the last entry from the list, because these are all even numbers. Well, these are all 2-letter strings except for this last one. So we just need to get rid of that. To get rid of that, we would do. Is it like pop pair list dot pop, and that's going to retrieve the last item in the list and also delete it. Let's see if this works. Okay, so I think this is good. So the next thing we need to do is we need to check whether or not it's got double pairs. And the way we do that, so right now we're returning the pair list, but what we really want to do is we want to return some Boolean check. Has double equals false to begin with, and then we need to do a check, and then if the check passes, then we set has double to true, and then return has double. Oh, thank you very much for following on Twitch, Leminar. Thank you very much. Okay, so return has double. So we'll do an if check. So how do we do an if check? So we'll do another for loop. For I in pair list, we have to do if I for I in pair list, if I oh, you know what we can do? We can create another list. Wait. What's the best way to do this? So we need to check if any of the pairs of characters in the list are doubled, or there's the same value twice. So we can do count. I think we can do count. So this is my reasoning. So let's do a little comment. We use the count method to count if any of the items appear more than once. Right? So if pair list dot count I is greater than or equal to 2, then we return has double equals true, and then break, because we don't need to do this more than once. There only has to be one pair or more. Okay, so let's see if this works. So return has double at the very end of this. False. So it returns false because our sample string here doesn't have any pairs. So let's put an HH here as well, and then this should return true now. So let me check the length of this thing. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, and then so now it returns true. So has double pairs should work now. And the next thing we need to do is we need to create the other function. So the other function is going to be has double with spacer. So double with spacer, I mean, this is hard to really describe here because we're actually describing this criteria. It contains at least one letter which repeats with exactly one letter between them, like XYX or EFE or even AAA. AAA, this one is going to be a bit tough to measure. So yeah, I'm not too sure how to implement this kind of check. Contains at least one letter that repeats with exactly one letter between them. So how do we get this to work? So maybe we're taking a look at positions, right? Let me do a little sample. So we'll put on some. So if our sample string is this thing, maybe check whether the letter 2 indices ago is the same letter as the current letter. Oh, 2 indices ago is the same letter as the current letter. Yeah, that's that would probably be the better way to do it, because I was actually thinking about 2 indices ahead, but there's no 2 indices ahead for the ones at the end. But there's also no 2 indices ago for the ones at the beginning. I mean, if we try to calculate the letter for 2 indices ago for the starting letter, is it going to error out? Or is it going to work okay? Delta Vlog or Triangle Vlog. Hello, nice to see you here. Skip the first 3. Skip the first 3. Okay. I mean, that could be... So check to see if the current letters index -2 is the same letter. Check to see if the current letters index -2 is the same letter. Something like this. So begin with index 2 that checks 2 minus 2, which is 0. Yeah. So let me think about how to... So has double with spacer, and we do this on our word, and we would do 4 I in for I in word. So I guess this is the word with string slicing. So word with string slicing, it would begin with 2. So index 2 -1 for the end, and we don't skip. Then we would do if I is equal to... Now how do we... If I is equal to word I -2, I guess we would have to put in like a... has... Well, we'll put in like a boolean over here. So has double with spacer equals... we probably shouldn't use the same thing. So we'll just call this double with spacer equals false. So we'll set this initially to false. Pablo, hello, Pablo Ramirez. Nice to see you here. Sorry, what's the program? I'm kind of late. Oliver Chibamba, hello, nice to see you here. We're currently doing the second part of this exercise. You can't actually see the criteria we're doing because we're doing the second part of the exercise. But we're trying to determine if a certain string has 2 pairs of any letters that appear at least twice in the string, and then we're checking to see if there is at least 1 letter in the string that repeats with exactly 1 letter between them. It'd be a good idea to pin the AOC link. I probably should do that. Usually I try to leave the link to anybody who's asking, but it hasn't really been too much of a bother so far. But I guess when there are more people watching, these kind of things are going to come up more and more. Okay, so W with spacer equals false. For I in word with these criteria here, the slice. If I is equal to the word index -2, which is the index of 2 letters ago, then we need to set double W spacer equals true, and then break. Okay, Space Station N3T, Space Station Net. Hello, nice to see you here. What is up? Okay, so at the very end, we just need to return double W spacer, double with spacer. So what is the type of I? So the type of I should be a string, because we're dealing with all strings in this case. So the input here is all going to be strings. So it should be okay. So to test this, we just need to run the do the function call with the test string or a sample string. Yeah. Is it possible to subtract 2 from a string? Oh. So for IN word, this should be the index. Yeah, I think, yeah, this is going to be a bit of a problem. Solving a Pico CTF challenge. Any tip for cryptography? I'm trying to convert a number from base 10 to base 2. I mean, if you wanted to do it through a web app, it's not super difficult. If you wanted to do it through like a Python program or like a bash command, I don't think it would be too difficult either. And I think I might have done the same exercise that you're doing. But if you want to make it easy on yourself, you could just type in something like decimal to binary and use some sort of web app like this. Your calculator can do it, probably. Okay, so what was the problem that we're dealing with here? So I is a string. So for each character, if I is equal to, I guess the string version of word index -2. Maybe this will work. Okay, so we'll try has W spacer with the sample string, and we'll run it. Nope. What does this say? Unsupported operand type for string and int. Ah. Okay. So we can't do... So it doesn't like I -2 for word. So for IN word, I guess we can create a variable here. So maybe like this. Okay, Didev says, because I is a string and you can't subtract 2 from a string. Yeah. So index -2 is... So I guess this would become a string, right? I -2, index -2 is word index I -2, and then we do the string version of index -2, and let's see if this hacky version of doing it works out. Thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube. Mahmoud Hassan, hello. Nice to see you here. What is up? Okay, so save that out. Give it a try again. Ooh, still doesn't like this. So this is line 38. So index -2 is word. So it doesn't like this slice. Unsupported operand for type. Oh, okay. So it's basically giving us the same problem here. So this string, it doesn't like the operation. Index -2. How can we fix this up? Thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube, Nanor. Thank you. So word is a string. Word sliced up. Maybe use enumerate? Enumerate, let me try to remember what enumerate does. Python enumerate function. Okay, enumerate function is a built-in tool that simplifies loops needing a counter by adding index to each item in the iterable. So the function accepts two parameters, the iterable, such as a list, tuple, string, or dictionary, and the start. So the integer specifying the starting value of the index counter. The default value is 0. I mean, do we need to use this function though? So word is a string, and we can definitely get the slice. Okay, Pablo Ramirez says, if you had to choose, would you prefer a binary with no protections but heavily obfuscated, or a clean one with all the modern mitigations enabled? I'd say one with all the modern mitigations enabled, because there's a lot of memory protections for binaries now, and it means that there's heavily obfuscated binaries. I mean, people would be able to deobfuscate them eventually. I mean, it's a tough one. Anybody in chat, if you wanted to chime in on that, please feel free. Okay, so index -2 equals word I -2. So let me try commenting this out. And we'll just try printing something out. So just print it. So I will always be considered. Oh. Can we do an int of I then in this case? Will this work? Or Vlogmem? I'm not too sure how to pronounce that. But hello, nice to see you here. What is up? Okay, we'll try running the script. Unexpected indent. So it doesn't like the indent here because everything in the comments has to be not indented. I think that's it. Line 45. Oh, is it because... Okay, you can't put these kind of comments. You can't break up the function. Okay. It doesn't like this. Yeah, I think the... So invalid literal for integer with base 10. H. Integer of I -2. Integer of I -2. Invalid literal for int with base 10. Okay, so this was interpreted as... Oh, the string was trying to be interpreted as an integer in this case. I guess we really do need to try using the enumerate function then. Okay, so how do we use the enumerate function? So the iterable and then start 0. let me go back in. Maybe it would be something like for I in enumerate word, like this. Starting from 0, I guess starting from 2. And here, if you had to start from scratch today in binary X, would you focus more on fundamentals or jump straight into solving CTFs? I would probably focus more on fundamentals first. I mean, I did start in binary hacking by learning how to do simple CTFs, but it would have been better if I don't know if it would have been more fun to start with the fundamentals, because fundamentals are not super... They're not super exciting. It's a lot of studying without seeing a lot of results. So I think what I would do is I would study both at the same time. That's what I would do. And what script are we writing for? We're currently writing for Advent of Code Day 5. This one over here. But I've got a bunch of education resources if you want to take a look. And there's a bunch of good stuff for binary exploitation as well if you want to take a look there. So for I in enumerate, so I guess it wouldn't be I, it would be IJ, because we're doing two things at once. So it's both the index and the item itself. So we'll just print I and J to see what is actually there. So we're going to print I and J. Okay, we'll see if this works. Nope, I didn't spell enumerate correctly. Everybody, please give this emote right here, the shy 31 typo, every time I make a big typo in my scripts, like this. Because we need to keep track of how many times we make those big typos. So enumerate. Thank you, Sisos. Okay. So we got 2A3H. Okay. So I guess the first thing we need to do is maybe we can create a dictionary. This is getting a bit complicated. So IJ, it becomes the index number, and then the thing is that we also need to keep track of So for IJ in enumerate word, starting at index 2, what do we do here? If I, so I is the index, and J is the actual string. So we do if J is equal to if I is equal to J enumerate, the same thing, word, but starting with index 0, and we need to take a slice of this, right? I'm completely new to this. No worries, Chuck. Right now we're doing something a little bit more advanced, because for these exercises we can't really look at it from a beginner's point of view, but we will be taking a look at it from a beginner's point of view when we do our Python class, which is going to be in about 75 minutes, so an hour and like 15 minutes or so. So if J equals enumerate word And can we take a slice out of enumerate? What's the best way to do this? The best way to do this would probably be to make a list first. So if we take the word and then we take it apart and then populate a list, then maybe we can do the comparison from there without having to use the enumerate function. So double W spacer equals false. And then, why not just write if j equals word I minus 2. I minus 2. Okay, let me give that a try first, because it seems like it might be faster. So once again, for ij in enumerate word, I guess we need to start with 0. The problem is we need access to the other indexes. But how do we deal with the fact that we might get like out of index error? Actually, wait, the out of index error wouldn't apply. Okay. How do you manage your time with procrastination, self-studying, and personal life? I tend to disappear for days and then come back to studying. I mean, you need to be disciplined, and you need to like what you're studying. If you don't like what you're studying, then it's going to be very tough. I'd say you could concentrate. You could work on like a few different things at once, so that when you get bored of doing one topic, you can switch over to another topic instead of spending your time doing something that's not super productive. Check the string length, I guess. The words are all 16 characters, aren't they? Yeah, they are all 16 characters. Let me fool around a little bit with this first. So if j is equal to word I minus 2, because I will be a number. This will be an integer. Then double W spacer equals true, and then break. And then finally return double W spacer. Okay, let's see if this works. You will always come to dislike what you're studying after enough time. I mean, it's not always. It's not always, but you will. Yeah, I mean, especially if you're being judged on this kind of stuff. So, yes, we need to print this. It seems to work. The code does seem to work. True. So this comes back true with the sample string. Let me take a look at the sample string. So the sample string, does this qualify? I don't know if this should qualify. Oh, you know what? So print has double W spacer sample string, so it starts false. If j is equal to word I minus 2, then double W spacer equals true, and then break. This came back true for the sample string. but it shouldn't, I don't think. Okay, let me adjust the sample string just so that it definitely doesn't qualify. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10. Okay. That if says, then make all the other things that are not hacking so unpleasant that doing the hacking is the only thing worth doing. That seems like some sort of masochistic exercise, maybe? Huh. It comes back true, but why does this come back true? It shouldn't come back true in this case. If j, the string, is equal to... How about the string? No, this isn't going to work. It's going to give us the same kind of error. Word I minus 2. Bornak King. Hello, nice to see you. What is up? What is up with you? Hope you're having a good time. And happy Friday, everybody, TGIF. So why is this returning true? You know what we're gonna do? We're gonna pass this over to our good friend the AI. Maybe it can identify what's going wrong. Okay, so good old Perplexity will ask it a question. Why does the function return true when it should return false? Okay, Machine Gun Kelly, hello, nice to see you here. What is up? Okay, so the function has double W space that returns true when it should return false because of a bug in the enumerate call. You're starting the index at 2, but using the loop variable j, which is the character, not the index, as if it were the index. Oh, okay. Here's the problematic code. Okay, I index starting at 2, j equals character. Bug comparing j to word, I minus 2. So I minus 2 would be interpreted as an integer in this case. J is the character at position I, but you're comparing j, a character, to a word, to what? Also a character. This actually should work logically, but let me trace through the sample string. So I equals 2 and j equals c. Check if c equals word 0, c is equal to a equals false. So wait, that logic is actually correct. Let me check if there's another issue. Let me test this. I mean, it tries to test it, but it doesn't really come back. What are we making? What are we making? We're trying to do a little script for an exercise. So this is the exercise over here. Let me test this. Please test it. Okay, testing the provided content to verify its intended behavior. Okay, so I guess it's going to run some Python. Okay, found that the bug is in the enumerate start value. When you use enumerate word 2, the index I starts at 2, but j is still the character at that position. However, the output shows something unexpected. So looking at the trace, I equals 2, j equals a, but a is an index 0, not an index 2. So this reveals the actual bug. Enumerate word 2 doesn't start reading from index 2. It starts the counter at 2, but it still iterates from the beginning of the string. So first iteration, I equals 2 counter, j equals a. First character at index 0. So you're comparing j equals a with word, I minus 2 word 0 equals A always matches on the first iteration. So the fix is to use the correct index when accessing the character. Okay, so for I in range, to length of word, I is the actual index. If word I is equal to word I minus 2, double W spacer equals true and then break. So we're not using enumerate in this case. I mean, I don't mind not using enumerate. Let's see if this works. Okay, let's go back into it. So we're programming. Have you tried Pico CTF, HDS, Silly CTF, or Over the Wire? Yeah, we've tried a lot of. We have a lot of different resources that we like to use. I've got a big list of different educational resources over here if you want to take a look. So, yeah. So we're currently using Advent of Code, but I've also used stuff like, what is it called? Leak Code in the past, as well as sites like Exorcism and Codecademy, all that good stuff. Okay, so WW spacer. Okay, let's get rid of this stuff and then paste this in. Okay, so let's see if the AI code works in this case. No, it doesn't like this. Gotta make sure everything is spaced correctly. What is this? Double W spacer equals true, and then break. Now it returns false. So this is the intended behavior. All we need to do is we need to test if we set it up so that sample string is correct. Okay, and then we'll run it again. No worries, no worries. Now it returns true. Okay, so everything seems to be going correctly now. So all we need to do is we need to run a big for loop over everything, and then we should be able to solve the exercise. Okay, let's see. So format list and nice words. We can keep these as global, and then we need to do a big for loop. Okay, so the big for loop, we'll extend our warm-up by 10 minutes or so, and we'll see if we can get this all done in another 10 minutes. Because I'm pretty sure we're close. So for I in format list. Format list is the list of strings that we get after we take in the file input. So for I in format lists, we're going to run two different functions. So if, what's the first function called? Has double pairs. If has double pairs I and has double W spacer I, if these both return true, then we have to add to global nice words plus equals 1. And we have to also define this as a global variable, global nice words, to make sure that the global variable can be modified. And I think this is it. Print nice words. So this is going to be an integer, of course, and let's see if this works. Ooh, what? Global nice words is assigned to before global declaration. Name nice words. So this is 44. Name nice words is assigned to before global declaration. The global declaration is... I'm not too sure why someone told me something about... No, global with the capital G isn't a keyword. Huh. I wonder why it doesn't like this. Oh, you know what? Maybe we don't need this here. It's not... This would go in... Yeah, we don't need global in our for loop. It's only if we want to modify global variables with a function. But if it's in the for loop, it shouldn't need to be global. Okay, let's try it again. 82. So we get the number 82. Let's try to see if this is the right answer. Okay, go here. We submit the answer. That's not the right answer. That's not the right answer. If you're stuck, make sure you're using the full input data. There are also some general tips on the About page. So I need to figure out why we're not getting the right answer here. So first of all, I want to find out how many strings exist in here in the first place. So there's 1,000 words in here. But we only return 82 correct, well, 82 things that list. Lone Wolf Gamer says, why would you never use Mac? Why do you only use Windows? I don't own a Mac. The reason why I don't use a Mac is because I don't own a Mac. And if I could use a Mac as a virtual machine, I could, but you can't get Mac virtual machines. And I'm actually not using Windows on stream. This is Linux. I hope that answers your question, Lone Wolf Gamer. Okay, so the first answer was 238. You can, but it's a pain. Yeah, I've heard that licensing issues for Mac as virtual machines is a big pain in the butt. It's an even bigger pain in the butt than using Windows as a virtual machine. Okay, so Pablo Muir says, if you had a quick plan to break into cybersecurity as a self-taught learner and land a job, what would it be? It depends on the role. I mean, the fastest role you could probably land doing technical cybersecurity would probably be as a web app security tester. And what is the fastest way to land a role as a web app security tester? The fastest way to land a role as a web app security tester is to have the skills to pass the Burp Suite certified practitioner certification. So it's like, what was it called again? Burp Suite certified practitioner certification from Portswigger. It's basically being able to do all of the labs on the Portswigger labs over here. Not at the expert level, but at the practitioner level. So it's the mid-level labs over here. You need to be able to do all of the labs at the mid-level. So that's something in the neighborhood of like 200 labs, and it's a lot of different techniques. It's not easy. But you might be able to do it with 2 years of full-time study, coming from absolute zero. So that's my answer for that. So, what do we got here? Contains a pair of any 2 letters that appear at least twice in the string without overlapping. So this stuff. Contains at least 1 letter that repeats with exactly 1 letter between them, like XYX. So I thought we got this. Down. There must be something flawed in the logic of one of my functions. But I don't think we're going to be able to finish this what the amount of time we have left. We've got like 3 minutes. So it does look like it ran through all the lines. So for I in format list, if has double pairs I and has double with spacers, I, then nice words plus equals 1. So the list, I mean, the way we would debug this is we would go in, and then before we do the return, we would print something off. So print like match found, something like pair match found, I. And then in the other function, we would do what would we print off here? Something like match with spacer found. And then print off I, and then word I minus 2. Okay, and then this is going to be a lot of stuff. But let's see how it turns out. Oops, not this one. Okay, pair with match found, pair with match found, pair with match found, and then match with spacer found. Okay. So I'm guessing that is the match with spacer found that comes back a lot less than the pair match coming back correct. But anyways, I'm gonna have to come back to this next time. So I'll update the Python script in my work in progress. Thank you very much for subscribing, David Armstrong. Hello, nice to see you here, and thanks for the subscription on YouTube. Okay, so we'll go back into our write-up, and we'll put a pin in this. Okay, we'll and now we're going to go over to our good friends over at HackTheBox. Looks cool here. Pro XIE89. Hello, nice to see you here. What is up? Okay, and yeah, so we're taking a look at a free course over at HackTheBox Academy. If you want to take a look at the same thing over here, you just need to have an account over at HackTheBox Academy. Let me go ahead and reset my timer and my overlays. I'll be starting in just a minute. So we'll do 60 minutes, and we'll change our topic from topic 1 to topic 2. Oh, what's your opinion on HackTheBox, Try Hack Me, Pico CTF? They're all good for different purposes. Try Hack Me is good for beginners. It has a lot of diverse content, and it's beginner friendly. Pico CTF is one of the most widely documented CTF exercises. So if you ever wanted to take a look at solutions for CTF exercises, there are a lot of good in-depth write-ups for Pico CTF exercises, and HackTheBox is good for people who are more advanced So if you want to get move from a beginner level to an intermediate level and beyond, then you would use HackTheBox. There is beginner level content over at HackTheBox as well, but it's a bit harder. It's a bit less available, is what I'll say. Okay, so let me continue on my progress. Wireshark advanced usage. Yay, we get to take a look at advanced usage. Okay, so in this section we'll cover some advanced usage with Wireshark. The project developers have included many different capabilities ranging from tracking TCP conversations to cracking wireless credentials. The inclusion of many different plugins makes Wireshark one of the best traffic analysis tools. So I haven't used very many plugins from Wireshark, but I'm happy to learn. So the Analyze and Statistics radials provide a plethora of plugins to run against the capture. In this section, we'll work through a couple of them. We would cover all of which Wireshark offers. Sometimes you run into some awkward grammar in the HackTheBox Academy materials, which is kind of weird considering that HackTheBox is supposed to be a British company. Hold on, let me look this up real quick. HackTheBox headquarters. Okay, so HackTheBox is headquartered in the United Kingdom. Okay, so I mean they're a British company. So the fact that some of their teaching materials might sound a bit weird, that's unusual. I thought it was Greek. Is it Greek? Okay. Global offices. HackTheBox's locations in Greece and the US. I mean, I think the original company is supposed to be British. Okay, it's simply not achievable in our introductory module. In an introductory module, I urge everybody to experiment and play as we go through this journey. I mean, it's not that awkward. It's just I don't find it super natural to read. Maybe that's a problem with me. Thank you very much for following Proxy89. Thank you. Okay, statistics and analyze tabs can provide us with a great insight into the data that we're examining. From these points, we can utilize many baked-in plugins Wireshark has to offer. The plugins here give us detailed reports about the network traffic being utilized. It can show us everything from the top talkers in our environment to specific conversations and even break down by IP and protocol. Came from YouTube. Thank you very much, Proxy89. Statistics tab. Okay. So I forget if there is a file that we're supposed to be using while we're working through the course over here. Okay, so the statistics tab, analyze. From the analyze tab, we can utilize plugins that allow us to do things such as following TCP streams, filter on conversation types, and prepare new packet filters and examine the expert info. Wireshark generates about the traffic. Below are a few examples of how to use the plugins. Okay, so the Analyze tab. Okay, following TCP streams. This is something we do a lot in our beginner forensics challenges when we are dealing with packet captures. It's usually the answer. Wireshark can stitch TCP packets back together to recreate the entire stream in a readable format. This ability also allows us to pull data, images, and files out of the capture. This works for almost any protocol that utilizes TCP as a transport mechanism. To utilize this feature, right-click on the packet from the stream we wish to recreate. Select Follow TCP. This will open a window with a stream stitched back together. From here we can see the entire conversation. Okay, so they demonstrate it over here. Alternatively, we can utilize the filter tcp.stream equals number, define and track conversations captured in a PCAP file. Or we could filter for a specific TCP stream. Reda, no, we don't redeem Keyboard Cat because Keyboard Cat is Keyboard Cat is very copyright strike happy, and we're currently streaming on YouTube right now. So if we weren't streaming on YouTube, then we could do Keyboard Cat. But Retta, hello, nice to see you here. What is up? Okay, filter for a specific TCP stream. Notice that the first 3 packets in the image above have the full TCP handshake. So let's see if we can make this bigger. Uh-oh. I guess we can't make this bigger. Following these packets, we can see the stream transferring data. We have cleared anything not related to or out of view by utilizing the filter, and can now see the conversation in order. Okay, extracting data and files from a capture. Wireshark can recover many different types of data from streams. It requires you to have captured the entire conversation. Otherwise, this ability will fail to put an incomplete datagram back together. If we want a more in-depth understanding of how this capability works, check out the Network Foundations module or research TCP/IP fragmentation. So to extract files from a stream, stop your capture, select the file radial, export, and then select the protocol format to extract from, DICOM, HTTP, HTTP, SMB, etc. So we can extract files from the GUI. Okay, so this is also pretty commonly done in easy level forensics challenges that involve packet captures. Another exciting way to grab data out of the PCAP file comes from the FTP, the file transfer protocol. It moves data between a server and a host to pull it out of the raw bytes and reconstruct the file. So images, text documents. FTP utilizes TCP as its transport protocol and uses the ports 20 and 21 to function. TCP port 20 is used to transfer data between the server and the host, while port 21 is used as the FTP control port. Oh, not familiar with Twitch. Yeah, I mean, you can redeem some other fun stuff, such as you can try redeeming Hack the Planet. So you type in !redeem and then Hack the Planet, or !redeem Nyancat, and you'll see those video clips pop up. There you go. Oh, you need to spell the word redeem correctly. Okay. So FTP will display anything about the FTP protocol. So FTP dissector. FTP.request.command will show any command sent across the FTP control channel. So we can look at information like usernames and passwords with this filter. It can also show us file names for anything requested. And you must not redeem. Kusha, hello, nice to see you here. What is up? So you would redeem, like, Hack the Planet like this.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet!
Oh, you did it. Awesome. Okay, so let's see. FTP data. And we'll show any data transferred over the data channel, port 20. If we filter on a conversation and utilize FTP data, we can capture anything sent back during the conversation. We can reconstruct anything transferred by placing the raw data back into a new file and naming it appropriately. So since FTP uses TCP as its transport mechanism, we can utilize the follow TCP stream function that we utilized earlier in the section to group any conversations we wish to explore. The basic steps to dissect FTP data from a PCAP are as follows. Identify any FTP traffic using the FTP display filter. Look at the command controls sent between the server and the host to determine if anything was transferred, and who did so with the FTP.request.command filter. Choose a file, then filter for FTP data. Select the packet that corresponds with our file of interest, and follow the TCP stream that correlates with it. Once done, change show and save data to raw, and save the content as the original file name. Validate the extraction by checking its file type. Okay. And Kusha says, hey, bro, I've created my own chatbot that you can review Oh, interesting. Yeah, I mean, if you wanted to paste in the link into YouTube chat, what you would do is you would replace all of the dots with spaces in the URL, and then we can reconstruct the thing after it's done. So you do need to delete all of the dots in the link and replace them with spaces, but you can do it in YouTube. Okay, connect to HackTheBox. Connect to HackTheBox. I mean, I don't think I'll do that. All we need to do is download the thing, right? Oh, the new keyboard is malfunctioning, huh? Okay. So which plugin can provide us with a way to view conversation metadata, even protocol breakdowns for the entire PCAP file? So which plugin tab can provide it? So it's the Analyze tab. Analyze? With an S? Huh. Okay, let's get a hint for this. Just the word. We are looking for stats, right? Statistics? I thought we were... Okay, fine. Stats. We are looking for stats, right? Okay. 3 O's in got? No worries. Okay, you know what we're going to do? We're going to fire up Wireshark on our own. And then we'll see if we can identify... So it's Analyze Statistics. Oh, it's called Statistics. Okay. Statistics. Okay, good. Okay, question... there was no question 1. Which plugin tab can provide us with the way to view conversation metadata and even protocol breakdowns for the entire PCAP file? So it's okay. Statistics, we just answered that. What plugin tab will allow me to accomplish tasks such as applying filters, following streams, and viewing expert info? So Analyze. Okay, good. Question 3. The FTP data filter will show us any data sent over TCP port 21. TCP port 21. I mean, 21 is FTP, so my guess is true. Link is kushvision ddns.net, and after vision and ddns, there's a dot. Well, I mean, I can take a look in off stream first of all to make sure it's not anything malicious. Oh, interesting. So if anybody wants to check out this person's link, here it is. The answer you provided is incorrect. We'll show you any data sent over TCP port 21. So, oh, data, right. So data is port 20. It's not port 21. So I guess that's why it's false. False. Okay, and then question 5. Question 4. Question 4. True or false, Wireshark can extract files from HTTP traffic? I think it can. Okay, good. And is that it? Yep, that's it. Okay, mark, complete, and go to next. Okay, packet inception. Inception. Okay, packet inception, dissecting network traffic with Wireshark. Please review and share it on your screen. I mean, I'm not sure I can do that because I'm currently doing something else. We've got a number of set topics on the live stream, and we can't really take a break to do this kind of tangent stuff. Sorry about that. To anybody in chat who wants to check out Kush's chatbot, you can go ahead and give that a go. Okay, the purpose of this live is to provide experience with dissecting traffic in Wireshark. We'll have the chance to pull objects out of previously captured network traffic, along with pulling data from live traffic. We've been provided with a packet capture file that contains data from an unencrypted web session. There's an image embedded that needs to be used as evidence of improper network usage. So the security manager thinks the user is sending messages hidden behind the image. Using Wireshark, apply filters to locate and extract the evidence. Okay, if you want to take a more exploratory approach to the lab, I've posted the overall task to accomplish. For a more detailed walkthrough of how to complete each step, look below each task in the solution bubble. So I think we need to download these resources over here. I love these type of puzzles. Well, okay. So the optional resources, where can we find them? Resources. What are these links? So table contents, okay. Resources, so this is Wireshark Lab 2.zip. Okay, so we just downloaded it. Let's go ahead and open that up in Wireshark. So the first thing we need to do is, well, we'll close Wireshark, we'll unzip the stuff we were looking at. We'll make a directory for this. HTB Wireshark, and then we'll move our files over. So I think it's this one. And then we get to, oh, we didn't enter the directory. My bad. We should probably do that right now. So we'll move this into the Wireshark directory. And where should we do this from? We'll make a new tab. We'll call this Wireshark stuff. Or Wireshark stuff. Okay, so we got this lab. So this thing over here, let's unzip it. So we have one PCAP. Okay. So let's go ahead and open this. So Wireshark, like this. Okay, so we've got access to the PCAP file, and what do they want us to do? Okay, so task 1, open a pre-captured file, HTTP extraction. Pre-captured file. So file open, then browse to open the file. Okay, we've just done this. Next, we need to filter the results. Now that the PCAP file is open in Wireshark, we see quite a lot of traffic within the capture file. It has about 1,171 packets in total. So if we go over to Wireshark here, at the bottom, we should be able to see the number of packets. So the number of packets here is 1171. And I think we can also take a look at statistics. We can take a look at statistics by clicking on this bottom corner button over here. So this is the expert information. But we'll come back to this in a bit. So there are, well, I mean, there's a lot of packets to look at in here, and if we don't filter, it's pretty overwhelming, and it's pretty much impossible to find any of the information we need. Okay, so what do they want us to do? Apply a filter to only include HTTP requests. So I'm pretty sure we can just go into the filter bar, which is up at the top, and we can just type in HTTP, and hit enter, and that'll filter out everything that's not HTTP. And there's not a lot. We're only looking at 14. So it says down here how many are displayed. So out of 1171 packets, we only have 14 packets with HTTP. And what do they want us to do next? So please note this is how this removes any additional TCP or IP datagrams from the window and allows us to focus on communication solely with HTTP. So we can see several basic HTTP datagrams containing the GET method in 200 OK responses. This is interesting because we can now see that a client requested several files and the server responded with OK. If we select one of the OK responses, we can follow that stream and see the data transfer over TCP. Let's give this a shot. Okay, so task 3 is to follow the stream and extract the items found. So if we go over to Wireshark and we right-click on one of these HTTP packets, we can select Follow TCP Stream, and it should give us the entire conversation going on here. So we see a lot of what is this called? Hexadecimal bytes, and we can switch between different streams. And of course, this is because these are files that are being transferred. We see bytes. We see hexadecimal bytes, and we don't actually. Well, the contents of the files are hexadecimal bytes, so we can't really read this. Okay, let's go back. Okay, so then what do they want us to do? Select a packet with 200 OK in the info field, right-click on the packet. From the menu presented, select Follow TCP Stream. Okay, we did this. This will open up a new window with the entire TCP stream in it. It will also display apply the display filter tcp.stream equals number. Step 3. Take a second to look at the data to ensure that the file appears to be transferred. Now that we've validated that the transfer happened, Wireshark can make it extremely easy to extract files from HTTP traffic. We can check to see if a image file was pulled down by looking for the JFIF format in the packets. The JPEG file interface format, JFIF, will alert us to the presence of any JPEG image files. Okay. Jip Smith, is that how you pronounce that name? Can you guys make a super indicator for trading? Super indicator for trading. I don't know what that's a reference to. Check for the presence of JFIF files in the HTTP traffic. Okay, so I'm pretty sure we can search for the contents in Wireshark over here. So we'll stop following here and we'll look for HTTP like this. He wants a signal bot. What do these signal bots do? Nothing bad, I hope. Okay. Yeah, having a good day. PPX, thank you. All right, let's put on some new music. How about some of this? So inside of here, we've got HTTP with jpegs.cap. That's interesting. And we see HTTP.jpg. I mean, if we want to check to see if there's the JFIF file header, we'd probably check in here, or we'd check for a string. We'd check for a string inside of these. So packet details string equals JFIF. Okay, and I think we found one. So protocols in frame. So it's probably down here somewhere. So JFIF shows up in here. Find. Where does it appear though? Okay. We'll go back and we'll see what it has us do. So check for the presence of JFIF files in the HTTP traffic. So clear the display filter being used and then apply HTTP and image JFIF. Oh, interesting. I didn't know that this was a legitimate filter. Okay, let's try applying this filter. So back here, we'll get rid of everything here already, and then we'll paste in this new filter. So HTTP and image -JFIF. So we got 3 of them over here, and I think we saw these before, but through another way. Okay, only JPEG files should pare down our results to few packets, 3 or so, okay? Now that we're sure image files were transferred between the suspicious host and the server, let's grab them out of the capture. To do this, we need to export the objects out of the HTTP traffic. So, I mean, I've done this before. I'm pretty sure I can do this without looking at the instructions. So this is what you do. You go over to File in Wireshark, and then you go over to Export Objects. So File, Export Objects, HTTP. And we've got 3 different JPEG files. We got this one, and this one. So we select, can we select all of them at once? No. So we select one of them and then we save. And I guess we'll save it to this directory, sure. So save that and then do the same thing for the other 2. Okay, so if we wanted to look at these files, we could probably do it from here. So we got 3 different JPEG files. We can open them up with an image viewer. So we do XDG open. So this first one. Okay. So now that we've got the file, the image viewer open, we can just look at these at our leisure. We got one, which is the HackTheBox logo, and then we've got this one. This is that's it's like what is the style of logo that you would call this? But this is Megatron from the Transformers cartoon, and this last one is like a drop of water kind of a background image. Okay, so we managed to extract the 3 image files. Great, JPEG, done. Let's go back in. All right, and then what else do they want us to do? Okay, at this point you should have the image files that our security manager requested us to capture if they existed. Now, they can now examine the file to determine if any data was hidden in it. So data was hidden in it. That means we might be dealing with steganography or something else. Okay, live capture and analysis. In the scenario above, we practiced filtering on a pre-captured file. Now it's time to do some live packet captures. We will connect to the Academy lab and sniff traffic live from a host in the network to complete this portion. After we analyze the PCAP traffic, the security manager has come back and confirmed that the user was smuggling data out of the network via the images. Robo Vaporware. Oh, yeah, it does kind of look like Vaporware. Persona Management, hello, nice to see you here. What is up? Hope you're having a good Friday. He is requesting that we now capture traffic to determine if anything else is going on in the user's host. So this IP address right here. We will need to start a capture capture, categorize, and filter the data and extract anything significant to the investigation. Okay. Connectivity to the lab. Access the lab environment to complete this part of the lab. We are using X-Free RDP to provide desktop access to the lab virtual machine to utilize Wireshark from within the environment. We'll be connecting to the Academy labs like normal, utilizing your own VM with... You can start the free RDP client on your Pwn box by typing in the following with your shell once the target spawns. Okay, I mean we can probably use these credentials as well, but we're going to be using the VPN connection. I mean the first thing we need to do is we need to connect to the service itself. So platform access. Let me see if I can. Yeah. So the download will probably be landing in this directory here, and then we can move the VPN key over to our directory over there. Okay. So I guess what we need to do first is get the VPN key. So RDP analysis, guided analysis, lab resources, TCP dump resources. Is there a special VPN key we want to get? Okay, so connect to HTTP, Pwnbox, or VPN. So we need a VPN. So let me go ahead and download the VPN file. Okay, Academy regular OpenVPN, great. We'll move it over to okay, that's done. Persona management says I can never figure out what the loopback 1 and 2 means when I plug it in an antenna. USB dongle for better reception in Wireshark. I'm a beginner. I don't think I've ever used that before. I've never used an antenna USB dongle for Wireshark. If anybody knows, if anybody's has experience with this, let us know in chat. But I'm afraid I can't help you because I've never used the USB dongle for Wireshark. Okay, so Academy regular. This one here will connect to it. So OpenVPN. Okay, and we should be connected to the network now. And I guess we don't need Wireshark right now. So just get out of here, and we just need to ensure that we're connected to our VPN network. So we have a TON0 interface, and they want us to start up the machine. Let's do that. Okay, so targets, we need to spawn the target system. So we'll just click on that. And wait a little bit and wait for it to come back to us. So what do they want us to do first? They want us to use free RDP to connect to the target. So I guess we'll get ready to do that. Target spawning, okay. So this is the command we want to use over here. As soon as we get the IP address for the system, we'll be able to do that. Are they referring to an SDR? SDR? Are you talking about persona management, or are you talking about something else? Wild Radio. Okay, so this thing's still spinning up. Software-defined radio as SDR. Oh, okay. Are we're still talking about Wireshark, right? Okay, we've got our IP address. So let's copy that. The first thing we want to do is we want to make sure that we have connectivity to the machine. So we probably want to test it with just a simple ping. So just try to ping this thing. Okay, we got connectivity. That's good. Now we can plug in our IP address here. So free RDP, huh? We don't have free RDP. I guess we need to install it. All right, let's install it. Software-defined radio has little to do with Wireshark. Skyrim Brook, hello, nice to see you here. What is up? Were you doing stuff on Windows last I checked? You said that you were going to be doing a deep dive into Windows. I'm not too sure when I'm going to be doing that though. Okay, let's try the FRDP. Free RDP again, and then it looks like it's working. Software-defined radios are cool. I mean, I'll put that on my list of things on my bucket list of stuff to check out. Are we connected right now? I can't tell. Because I don't see anything on the desktop. Server not found. I mean, I'm pretty sure we're Are we connected though? So we got activities up here. Oh, we are connected. It's just that the desktop is blank. That's kind of weird. All right, we can start up Wireshark. And I'm pretty sure they want us to start a capture, but we'll take a look at the instructions. Okay. So we did this stuff. We did task 3. And now we're doing this. So connectivity to the lab, we just finished this. Okay, start a Wireshark capture. We'll be sniffing traffic from the host that we log into from our own VM or pwn box. From our own VM or tone box, utilizing interface ENS224 in Wireshark. Let the capture run for a few minutes before stopping it. Our goal is to determine if anything is happening within the user's host and another machine on the corporate or external network. Okay, so we need to start start recording traffic. Self-analysis. Before following the task below, take the time to step through our PCAP traffic unguided. Step through our PCAP traffic unguided. Use the skills that we previously tested, such as following streams, analysis of conversations, and other skills. Determine what is going on. Keep these questions in mind while performing analysis. How many conversations can be seen? How can we determine who the clients and servers are? What protocols are being utilized? Is anything of note happening? Ports being misused, clear traffic, killer text traffic, or credentials? In this lab, we are concerned with the hosts, these two IP addresses, while performing the following steps. In our analysis, we should have noticed some web traffic between the host and some FTP traffic. Let's dig a bit deeper. Okay, so I guess we're going to start capturing the traffic. So we'll just go over to, I guess we're not using Wireshark on this machine. So we can close Wireshark. We're trying to use Wireshark from our own machine over here. Let's make another terminal. We'll call this more Wireshark. Okay, and then we'll run it from here. Okay, so what we want to do is start capturing. So enter a capture filter. All interfaces shown, external capture, show hidden interfaces. So, I mean, this isn't something I do very much. I don't do a lot of I don't do a lot of capturing packets. I have done like analysis though. So capture, start, and I guess we're going to be remote SSH server. So remote SSH server address. I guess we need to log in via SSH. I mean, I'm not really sure. I haven't done this before. Okay, do they have like a step-by-step for this? You can start the FTP free RDP client on the pwn box. Okay. We'll be sniffing traffic from the host that we logged into from our own VM or pwn box, utilizing this interface in Wireshark. Okay, so I need to figure out how to do this. So Wireshark capture traffic via RDP connection. Okay, to capture remote desktop protocol traffic in Wireshark. I don't think this is what we want to do. Okay, let's try Perplexity. Anyways, we have a break happening on Twitch right now, an ad break. So we're just going to take a little bit of time to have some water. And while the break is happening, we'll also watch the birds, because we love our birds. And it's time for... well, it's time for this little guy. Okay, so we'll be back in about 60 seconds, but enjoy the birds. We'll be back in just about a minute or so. Cypher says, I think the squirrels need more cigarettes. Do the squirrels smoke cigarettes where you are? Let us know. And yeah, so if you want to spread the love, if you're on Twitch, you can use the Shy31 bird emote. What is it? The Shy31 bird, like this, without the quotes, to get this emote over here. And on YouTube, you can use the good old bird emoji. So it's like :bird, : like this. Oh no, is that not how you do it? How do you do the emote on No, it's on Twitch sorry, on YouTube it's different. Anyways, we'll put the birds away, we'll get back to the hacking. We got about 15 minutes left here. Okay, so let's ask our good friend Perplexity. We want to do a Wireshark packet capture or live traffic packet capture on a remote server that we have RDP access for. We need to figure out how to do that. Okay, to do a Wireshark live traffic capture on a remote server with RDP access, you have several options. So install and run Wireshark directly on the remote server, which is the simplest. RDP into the server, Wireshark, okay? Select the network interface you want to capture, start the capture and reproduce the traffic you find. Save the PCAP file and copy it back to your local machine. Option 2. Use TXTCAP or remote capture mode. Wireshark's built-in remote capture. So remote capture is something I've never really done before, so we need to figure it out. Wireshark supports remote capturing via RPCAPD, Remote Packet Capture Daemon. So on the remote server, install Wireshark, start the RPCAPD service or run it manually, okay, and then open Windows Firewall port 2002. Well, I mean, we're not dealing with Windows. On your local machine, open Wireshark, go to Capture Options, enter the interface name and type. Okay, so it would be this. Connect and capture. Okay, so it says we need to access the remote machine and then I mean, running Wireshark directly from the remote server is probably the easiest thing to do. Let's give it a try. So Wireshark, no, here. Okay, and then when we start up Wireshark, and then we capture. Not just TCP dump. I mean, I think the point of the course is to learn how to use Wireshark. We could probably use TCP dump as well. So capture, start. The other thing we want to do is we want to capture on a specific interface, right? I don't think we're capturing the correct interface in this case, but let's stop. TCP dump and T-Shark are essential parts of Wireshark. Okay. But let's see. So capture, can we set some filters up then? Capture filters. So Ethernet address. I think the okay, so we did all this. We're going down to the bottom. We'll be sniffing traffic from the host that we logged into, from our own VM or pwn box. So the way this is worded makes me think that we're supposed to be running it remotely, utilizing interface ENS224 in Wireshark. ENS224. Okay, let's go back to the start menu here. So ENS224, this is the interface we're looking for over here. So do we just double click this thing? Okay. So it looks like we're capturing some traffic here. Because capturing from ENS224. We're not getting very much traffic. I guess we'll wait for about a minute to see if anything else comes in, and then we'll stop the capture. Okay, we got some ARP packets going back and forth. Yeah. So we've captured 27 packets. I guess we'll wait for maybe 2 minutes to make sure we got everything that we're looking for. But while we're waiting here, we can also take a look at and see what kind of stuff they're looking for in the analysis. So looking for FTP, they're looking for HTTP, they're looking for FTP and HTTP. So we can just wait for stuff from those protocols to come in. But I don't see anything here. We're looking for FTP and HTTP, but nothing. Oh, here we go. Okay, so we have HTTP. And we've got FTP. Okay, so I think we've got everything that that we're looking for here. We'll wait for just a little while longer, and then we'll close out the packet capture. So the other thing we need to do is we just need to transfer. I guess we don't need to transfer the file between the remote server to our local server if we can use the Wireshark on the remote server. Okay, so let's stop let's stop the capture. Stop. And then we can go ahead and answer some questions. So what do they want us to do? So FTP analysis. When examining the traffic we captured, was any traffic pertaining to FTP noticed? Who was the server for that traffic? Who was the server for that traffic? Okay, so we'll go back in here. We'll filter by FTP. Okay, and we just have FTP stuff here. So we just need to keep in mind the IP address of our host. So our host is 10.129.43.4. Oh, it might not be the same address on this interface though. Okay, are there any Azure related labs on HackTheBox? HackTheBox? I don't know about HackTheBox, but you might want to check this over here. So check the education resources. We got some stuff for cloud. And look for Pwned Labs. Pwned Labs has some Azure related stuff too. The 20 address is yours. So we're the 20 address. I think they say that in here as well. We're concerned with the hosts. Yeah, 172 ending in 2 and 172 ending in 20. Who is the server for the traffic? The server for the traffic. Were you able to determine if an authenticated user was performing these actions, or were they anonymous? So we can go back in. We can. I wonder if we can resize the window. It doesn't look like we can resize it. No, this is as big as it gets. Can we do plus? Oh, this does make it bigger though. That's nice. So FTP, is it dash control? FTP data. So the data is over here. And we got flag.jpg. What are we doing with flag.jpg though? I mean, the other thing we could do is we could go into the TCP conversation for this. Normally connect to the server, then get a response from the data, from the server with the data. Okay, let's try follow TCP stream. Okay, so it looks like, let's just go to back to the beginning to stream 1. Okay, so it looks like we're working from Windows. And then, so there's a Windows machine and there is an Ubuntu machine. So get forgot password.php we see up here. And then let's see, user anonymous. So an anonymous user logs in. And then they get system information, and then they get the present working directory. Then they switch over to binary mode. And then they ret r. So is that a download command? So ftp ret r. ftp ret r. Retrieve. Okay, so retrieve is used to download a copy of the file from the server to the client. So I wonder how this differs from the get command. Usually when I've been working with FTP, we would use, oh, there's a good ret r versus get. So it says here that ret r versus get. So type a raw FTP command, a user-facing command found in most FTP clients. So instructs the FTP server to retrieve a copy of the specified file, initiates the entire process of downloading a file from the remote server. So I guess it's slightly different in some way. So get is used by a client, used by an end user typing commands, and ret r is used by an FTP client internally when communicating with the server over a control connection. So one is something that's initiated by a user, and one is more from program to program, maybe. So ret r is the technical command that the client sends to the server. Ret r is the command that you type in the FTP client to make it send the ret r command. Oh, okay. So ret r is the actual command. One is user input, one is an API command. I guess that kind of makes more sense if you're coming from a web app background, yeah. Okay, so what do they want us to do? Filter the results. Now that you've seen some interesting traffic, let's try and grab the file off the wire. Examine the FTP commands to determine what you need to inspect and extract the files from the FTP data to reassemble it. So I'm pretty sure in Wireshark we can just go to File, Export Objects. We can export from FTP, right? They've got TFTP here, but they don't have FTP. So maybe we have to do it the other way. Because I don't see FTP as a protocol over here. Okay, so what was the process again? So identify any FTP traffic, look at the command controls sent between the server and the host, choose a file, then filter FTP data, select the packet that corresponds with the file of interest, then follow the TCP stream. Once done, change the show and save data as to raw, and save the file content to the original file name. Okay, let's try that. So we're looking for the FTP data, FTP-data here. Did that apply? Okay, so we need to find the file. So flag.jpg. We need to follow the conversation. So I guess we will follow TCP stream. Okay. So let's see if we can at least get this last little bit done in about 15 minutes. Let's give ourselves 10 minutes. 10 minutes. Okay, 10 minutes. Looks like we got the file over here. We do show and save data as raw. And then we save as. we'll save this as flag.jpg. Whoops. Who says he isn't? Who says he's not? Sir, why don't you record the live session? Why don't you record the live session? Oh, no. The live session is being recorded on YouTube, not necessarily on Twitch. Well, no. I mean, it is saved on Twitch as well, but YouTube is the permanent archive. So a file named flag.jpg already exists. You want to replace it. This file already exists in HTTP student. Replacing it will overwrite its contents. Okay, fine. We'll call it flag2.jpg then. And did that save? Okay, so we'll close this, and then we'll go over to our terminal. I mean, is there a file explorer in here as well? Files. Okay, great. And gotta catch them all. Flag.jpg. So, I mean, these are both dogs. There might be some sort of hidden information in here. I don't know if they are. I mean, that's a good question. Is it? We can go 100% on this. Oh, this connection's so bad. Maybe the file hash, or maybe something in the EXIF data. So what do they want us to do here? Validate the extraction by checking the file type. Okay, I mean, this is a JPEG file, we're pretty sure. And then HTTP analysis. We should see a bit of HTTP traffic as well. Was this the case for you? If so, could we determine who the web server is? Which application is running the web server? Okay, I mean, we're taking a look at headers, right? Follow the stream and extract the items found. Now attempt to follow the HTTP stream and determine if there's anything to extract. I mean, if there's HTTP traffic and there's something to extract, then we would go over to... Hold on. Back to Wireshark. Oh, this is so difficult to look at. Export objects from HTTP. And we've got a few different things. We have login.php over here. And index1.php. I mean, I'm not too sure if these are super relevant or if these are the things we're actually looking for. MD5 sum star.jpg. I mean, I'm not sure what the exercise is looking for in this case. Hostname? I think, well, maybe we can open up a terminal. Show applications. Where's our terminal? Can anybody clock what version of Linux is being used here? Oh, this should be like Ubuntu or something, right? Terminal, here it is. Okay. Can we make this bigger? We can make it bigger, okay. So we got flag2.jpg. And I mean, we could try EXIF tooling it if it's installed. There's no EXIF tool. Okay. We could MD, well, like what looks like an Ubuntu. I think that was the question. Okay, let's go back to the question. Attempt to follow the HTTP stream and determine if there's anything to extract. I mean, we saw apply the filter HTTP and image JFIF to see if there were any JPEG files. Huh. That's funny because I don't think we saw any JPEG files. We didn't see them in the export objects, but we can try applying the filter. Okay, so we'll just get rid of the current filter. We'll paste in the new one. And yeah, we didn't get anything. I mean, it might be because we didn't capture for long enough. but we didn't find any JPEG file. Okay, hold on. So let's just make sure that there's nothing else we need to do here. So by the end of this lab, you should be able to open previously captured PCAP files, apply display filters, follow streams, and extract items from the capture file, experimenting with ways to capture new traffic and applying filters to find specific traffic. To check our understanding, answer the questions below. Okay, so where are the questions? What was the file name of the image that contained a certain transformation leader? Transformer leader. What? What was the file name of the image that contained a certain transformer leader? Name.filetype. Are we talking about flag.jpg? No. What's our hint? You should have seen these three files, image files, pulled into the traffic. Oh, water, HTB, JPEG, and something. Okay. So a certain transformer leader, we're talking about Megatron, right? Okay, so we did find that. Hold on. The comic book one, right? So it's riseup.jpg. Okay. Next question. Which employee is suspected of performing potentially malicious actions in the live environment? Which employee? Employee. Okay. Is this retrieved by looking at the FTP traffic? Take a peek at all the protocols to get an idea of who. All the protocols. So I guess we're looking at the local file over here. We got TCP. What are all of the protocols in this packet? There's like 1,000 of them. MB, MBNS, TCP. Most of them are TCP. And let's just skip past all the TCP. Down to the other ones. So let's see, TLS, we've got TCP, FTP, LLMNR, MDNS, DNS, DHCP. Which employee? So we would have seen this during our packet capture stuff. It probably would have been in the HTTP. So this filter retrieves the JPEG file. So the JPEG file, we got like 3 of them, right? From export objects. HD with JPEGs. Yeah, we got the 3 JPEGs here. There were no references to employee names, unfortunately. FTP data, there's nothing here. We're gonna have to pick this up next time because we've run out of time, and I've got to do the lesson for Python. Okay, everybody, we'll pick this up. Not too sure, maybe next week sometime. And I think we can disconnect from. I think we've already disconnected from the RDP connection. Okay, that's fine. I'm gonna close out my HackTheBox VPN connection as well. So the next section we're going to do for about an hour or so, 60 minutes of Python learning. Let's go ahead and start that. Okay, and we'll switch our topic from topic 2 to topic 3. Okay. All right, everybody, let's do our lesson on Python. So we're getting pretty close to the end of our Python exploration. We're going to be doing Python Programming Basics Part 7. Part 7, and what are we doing today? This workshop is the 7th class for Intro Python Programming. So there's going to be at least 2 or 3 more of these just to wrap up. We're going to be talking about how to use Python, a couple of popular Python modules, as well as how to handle files inside of Python as well, because those are some things we like to do when we use our scripts. So during our last workshop, we learned about a few programming concepts through Python, including the following. We learned about functions. So functions are defined blocks of code that can be executed multiple times in the same program. Writing functions and running functions are a very integral part of the Python experience. Executing a function is usually referred to as calling a function or a function call. In this workshop, we're going to be talking about 2 different things. We're going to be talking about classes and objects, and we're going to be talking about dictionaries. So dictionaries is the last major container type object that we didn't cover so far. So we're just going to be rounding out our experience with that. But first, we're going to be talking about classes and objects. So part 1, objects and classes. So Python is an object-oriented programming language, and as such, all pieces of data in Python code are considered objects. Well, there are some things in the Python code that are not considered objects, but it's, for the most part, you can think of everything as an object in the Python programming language. So we've got an example over here. So we've got our variables, my integer, my float, and my string. These are all different types of objects in Python. They're considered the integer class, the float class, and the string class. And these are all objects as well. So all objects in Python have to belong to a class. Otherwise, do all objects? Anyways, let's move on. Classes. So in addition, all objects in Python are separated into different classes. We see that there are 3 variables here in the integer, float, and string classes, respectively. So a class, an object separated into a distinct class, it tells the program what kind of attributes, functions, and methods it has access to. So for example, integers can't do all of the things that strings can, and they can't do all the things that floats can, and etc., etc. So an object's class indicates which built-in functions, methods, and variables it has. So if we have a string over here, we can use the length function on the string, or we could access the upper method of the string, and that'll give us different interpretations of the object. So all objects belong to a class, and an object's class indicates which... we just talked about that. So here we've executed a function and a method on the myString variable. Both the length function and the upper method are unique to the string class. So if we change the myString variable to an integer, executing either the length function or the len function or the upper method would result in an error message. So let's experiment with this a little bit. So we've got our favorite website over here. It's Online Python. And this is just a place where we can execute Python code without having to set anything up. It's very convenient for playing around with Python code from wherever we are in the world. Anyways, thank you very much, vblast, for subscribing on YouTube. Thank you. Okay, so if we've got a string, we'll call it myString. And we'll make this HackerFrogs. And we can run a couple of functions, well, a couple of operations on it. We can get the length of myString over here, and we can do myString dot upper. So this is a string method. a string method that makes everything uppercase. So if we print these two things out, then we'll get the length of the string, so the number of characters in this string over here, and we'll also see the output of the string over here in all uppercase. So we need to print those out, of course. So we can just wrap everything up in the print function here. If we run the program, then we get 11, which is the length of characters in the HackerFrog string here, and then we get HackerFrogs all uppercase, like this. But if we change HackerFrogs to something that's not a string, then the length function and the upper method are not going to work. So if we change this to a number, so 1337, when we run this, we get an error message. So object of type int has no len, or length. So we can't run the length function on an integer, because it's not, this is not one of the functions for the integer class. So that's the length function that doesn't work. So the upper method also doesn't work. So int object has no attribute upper, because this is the wrong class. Okay, we'll move on for here. Actually, let me get rid of some of these windows we're not using right now, because they're kind of getting in the way. Okay, so creating new classes. So programmers often create new classes in their code to give the new class of objects common attributes, methods, and functions. So we can think of a class as a grouping of different objects. So for example, the common classes in Python are stuff like strings and integers and booleans. But in this case, we can create our own classes, and we can give these classes common attributes, functions, and methods. So for example, we've got monster. So monster, well, let's pretend we're creating a program where we have to create a bunch of monsters, and maybe the monsters are things that the players in the game get to fight. So if we've got a class called monster, it can have a bunch of different attributes that are unique to members of this class. So for example, we got a species of monster. For example, we'll have a dragon species, and then we can give a bunch of attributes to each one of the objects in this class by using the init function over here. We'll talk a little bit more about this function in just a little bit. SysOSMaster says a class is an abstraction tool to describe things that we want to interact with, which would be those objects. Yeah. And oh, I don't know how to pronounce his name. Yoao, Victor Vitor. Hello, nice to see you here. What is up? Okay, so next, creating classes. So if we wanted to create a class, we can do it with these keywords. So the class keyword creates a class, and then we have to give the new class a name. So a class of objects, in this case, we'll call them student objects. To create a class, we begin with the class keyword, and then the name of the class, and then a colon. The first letter of the class name is capitalized. So when we're creating classes in particular, we need to make sure that the first letter of the class name is capitalized when we define it. So in the next line, we have to indent 4 spaces, and then use the def, and then init, and then a pair of parentheses, and inside the parentheses self, and then any other attributes the class requires, and then a colon. So inside of the class definition, we also have to create a function that creates the object and sets up its attributes. So this is known as the init function. So it's _init, and it contains these parameters here. So self, and then any other attributes we want the class object to have, such as a name or a favorite subject in the case that we're creating these student objects here. So about the init function, one important feature of class creation is defining the init function, which specifies the attributes of the class. So in this case, when we use the init function, we define the object itself and then a couple of other parameters. So in this case, the name of the object and the favorite subject of the object. So self.name equals name and self.favSubject equals favSubject. This is how we define these attributes. And we can also create a new instance of this object. So we've got an object in the student class called CryptoGuy, and CryptoGuy's name is CryptoGuy, and CryptoGuy's favorite subject is cryptography. Who knew? So the class self attribute. One attribute which all classes share is the self attribute, which is used to access the other attributes and methods of the class in the code. So if we want to reference the object itself, we need to include the self attribute and then refer to the other attributes as self.something. So self.name or self.favSubject. SysOS says the init function is also prime real estate for malicious persistence. I mean, I don't know too much about that, but I'll believe you when you say that's the case. Okay, so let's go ahead and try making a class ourselves. So we'll create a student class, and over here, ooh, what is up? Close this thing. Thank you. Google Vignettes. The unfortunate thing about using free resources is that you're going to see a lot of ads. So, all right, so let's create our student class over here. So class, and we'll call it student. So after this, we just do class student and then a colon. So the colon lets the program know that this is a what is it, code block. This is a code block, so we need to indent in here. And when we create our student object, or our student class rather, we need to set up the init function. So define init, so double underscore init double underscore with some things. So in this case, it's going to be self and name and favorite subject. Okay, so we'll try creating this, and we'll do. Let's see. What was the syntax again? Self.name and then self.favorite subject. Okay. Stop doing this. Okay. Self.name equals name that we the name parameter here, and self.favSubject equals favSubject. All right, and I guess we can also give ourselves an attribute. So the attribute in this case, we're going to call it HF motto. So HF motto is going to be the HackerFrogs motto, and I guess we'll make it a string. We are HackerFrogs. Okay, just like this. So we got three things that are defined in each one of these student classes, or the student objects rather. So the student objects are going to have a name, they're going to have a favorite subject, and they're going to have a motto which is shared by every object in the student class. So if we go in here and we create a new object in this class, so we'll call this one. Well, let's make CryptoGuy first. So CryptoGuy equals, what was it, new something? Student. Okay, so student. And then in parentheses, we give it all of the parameters here. So we need to give the name, and we need to give the fav subject. So if we just do these in order, Python will treat the first parameter as the name, and the second parameter as the favorite subject. But we can also make this explicit by doing name equals something and then fav subject equals something. So name equals CryptoGuy, and fav subject is going to be equal to cryptography. Okay, So here, after we've defined the object here, we can try accessing the different parts of the new object here. So you got crypto guy, and we'll try printing out some different attributes of crypto guy. So crypto guy dot HF motto. So crypto guy's HF motto is going to be equal to "We are HackerFrogs." So if we print this out, we get crypto. Oh, I did a spelling mistake. Wait, did I do a spelling mistake? Crypto guy is not defined. Did you mean crypto guy? Wait, where's the spelling mistake? Oh, capital G. Yeah. Wild Radio, you're right. Ah, typo time. Yeah. Anyway, the shy 31 typo. This is what we spam in the Twitch chat when I make a typo. There you go. All right, so crypto guy. I guess the name of the no, I mean crypto guy's fine. Okay, so we'll run it. We get student object has no attribute HF motto. Was it a different way we access this thing? So HF motto, it should have this. You have to attach it to self. Okay, let's do that then. Self.hf motto equals this. Okay, so after this, we'll try printing this out. Yes, okay, this does work. So we are HackerFrogs. So we got one thing that's shared between all of the students, and then we've got fave subject and name. So we can also reference these things. So cryptoguy.name should be cryptoguy. Yeah, and cryptoguy.fave subject should be cryptography. Okay, great. I mean, we could also define like a method inside of this as well. So if we wanted to define a method in here, we would have to do it like this. So we would do it inside of the class definition here. So define. Let's call this this function the hacker number. So the hacker number doesn't take any parameters, and all we need to do is we'll define a variable called the number. The number equals 1337, and then we'll just print off like a message like everybody knows that the hacker number is the number. Okay, and then we can run this by invoking cryptoguy dot the hacker number with some parentheses in here, and then run the code. Oh, what does it want? Take 0 positional arguments, but 1 was given. 1 was given? Wait, where did we give the... Take 0 positional arguments, but 1 was given. Where did we... Where did we put in a positional argument? I don't see it here. You have to attach it to self? Oh. Do we need to attach every one of these to self? I haven't worked with class definitions in a while. But no, I mean, it's just a type error. It's a type error here. It doesn't say anything about not being able to access it. hold on. Let me look this up real quick. Python create class method. Okay, so we got class animal, species, something, def init, great. Class method, get species. Wait, we need to use, I've never seen this keyword before. Is it like a double underscore type thing? I thought it was, we should be able to bound to the class, not the instance. Bound to the class, not the instance. Class methods can be called in the class itself. Class name.method. Yeah, I thought this was all we need to do. Or an instance, instance.method. But they always receive the class object as the first argument. They always receive the class object as the first argument. So do we need to put in a parameter in our method? It doesn't seem super intuitive here. I kind of want to get to the bottom of this. Okay, so let's just pass it off to our good friend the AI. Okay, why can I not run the class method in this class? Can't run the method because the hacker number is missing the, oh, we do need to attach self. Okay, so we just need to plug in self. Ah, okay, okay. All right. The hacker number self. Then run. And now it works. So everybody knows that the hacker number is 1337. And then none. Okay. Actually, in this case, we don't necessarily need the print wrapper because the method itself is going to print. Yeah, okay. Not 42? Oh no, we're talking about the hacker number, not the number. It's a different thing, says OS Master. All right, so we'll move on to dictionaries. Dictionaries. So dictionaries in Python are similar to other container objects, such as lists, except that the data stored in dictionaries are pairs of keys and values as opposed to individual items. That's the leet number, though. I mean, it is. I mean, hackers are leet, right? Isn't that the point? Okay, so dictionaries in Python are similar. Yeah, so there are three types of container objects in Python. Well, I think there's more, but let's talk about this over here. Okay, so Python container objects. So technically, strings are container objects because each character in a string is an iterable object. But I mean, we don't really think of strings as container objects, so let's just delete this and let's just go with lists. There's lists, there are tuples, and there are dictionaries. And there's something called arrays as well, but I haven't really dealt too much with arrays. Strings are a type of array. Oh, okay, okay. So, but the most common container objects you'll come across are lists, tuples, and dictionaries. You might think that tuples and lists can be thought of very similarly, but there are a few little details about tuples that makes them different from lists. Most of the time, you're going to be dealing with lists and dictionaries when you're dealing with your basic Python code. Okay, so we've got dictionaries can be identified by a pair of curly braces, within which are pairs of keys and values, each pair separated by commas. The key and the value are themselves separated by colons. Forgot about tuples. Yeah, I mean, so this is how we identify lists in Python. So lists are between the square brackets, tuples are between the parentheses, and dictionaries are between the curly braces. Are they not a type of object? Tuples are their own object type. So, I mean, I'm pretty sure that if you do this... Okay, so let's go back in here and... Leo Vegas? What is Leo Vegas? Anyways, my tuple equals... We'll put some stuff in here in our tuple, 1, 2, 3, and we're just going to print out the type of my tuple. And it should return tuple. Yeah, class tuple. And if we just change this so that it's between the square brackets, then this becomes a list. But we'll keep it as my tuple because I don't want to type so much. So this becomes a list. And if we make this between some curly brackets, then we need to do it like this, and it'll say it is a dictionary now. Thank you very much for following ZapTexer. ZapText. Please tell me how to pronounce your name, ZapTXR. Thank you. What you do is a little miracle for us trying to learn these complex topics. Thank you. Thank you very much, Persona Management. I mean, I've been a beginner. I was a beginner a few years ago, and I'm still learning a lot. Every time I teach my Python course, I learn a little bit more about Python. So, if you want to learn, then you should teach. Anyways, let's go back. So dictionaries here. So dictionaries can be identified by a pair of curly braces, which are pairs of keys and values, each pair separated by commas. The key and the value themselves are separated by the colons. If I ask you a topic, could you explain it in a little more depth? I can try. I can certainly try. So Muscovy Duck Lake. Yeah, I mean, if you ask, maybe I can answer your question. So we have 2 country capitals in this dictionary here. So we got England, London, and Canada, Ottawa. So these are country and then capital. So dictionaries can also be initialized in the format above, which is easier to read. So this looks a lot like, this reminds me a lot of, what are they called? JSON objects, or JSON notation, which is used a lot when you're doing web development stuff. But you can also define them like this. Let's give this a try. So over in Online Python, we'll do country capital, and that's equal to a dictionary. And we can define the dictionaries like this instead. And we'll do Canada. Whoops, we need to put everything between some quotes over here. Canada, Ottawa. And if anybody else wants to give their country and their capital, let us know in the chat. We'll do Japan and Tokyo. So between every one of these, we need to put in a comma so that we know that we're moving on to the next thing. And let's see, how about Morocco, Rabat. I did not know the capital of Morocco, but thank you very much, Khalil. So let's see, Morocco, Rabat, and SysOS says the Netherlands, Amsterdam, and Amsterdam. Okay, and we got more. So Muted says Serbia, Belgrade. Let's see. Serbia, Belgrade, great. And South Sudan. South Sudan. What is the capital of South Sudan, Mavadu? South Sudan. Okay, what's your opinion that coding bad, pardon me, so that they don't get replaced, find it hard to read their code? Oh, you mean, are you talking about developers who have very badly documented code so that it makes it hard for people to read and makes them harder to replace because, you know, they wouldn't be able to read the code from the other developer? I don't know about that. But Juba. So Juba is the capital of South Sudan, and then we got Palestine, Jerusalem. That sounds kind of what is the word? Political. USA, Tel Aviv. Okay. I'm gonna stop. I'm gonna stop taking suggestions. I don't want to say anything that's gonna get me in trouble. Anyways, maybe we shouldn't be talking about too many capitals of the world. Anyways, so we got our list. We got our list of stuff over here, and what we want to do is we want to find ways to interact with this with these dictionaries here, right? Country capital. We've got a bunch of entries here. Let's talk a little bit more about it. Iterating over dictionaries. So items in a dictionary can be iterated over using a for loop, but we must use the items method, which renders the dictionary as a list with tuples as the content, which hold the key value pairs. So, I mean, we're talking about the tuples a little bit earlier. So, for example, we've got our country capitals here, and for I, J in country capitals dot items. So, dot items means this is a method. Print I and J. So we'd have to do it like this, because if we do it like we would do for a list, that's not going to work. Let's go back to our code and let's just try printing. So for I, J in, what is it called? Country capital. Okay, or country capital dot items. Okay, print I and J. Okay, so if we got our code like this and we run it, then we get all of the different countries and capitals. Awesome. All right, everybody. Let's not talk too much about what countries might have which capitals. Anyways, so yeah, this is how we would iterate over it. If we tried doing this the normal way without the items method, then it doesn't really work out the way we want it to. So too many values to unpack, expected 2, and this doesn't work. And if we try to just print out I for the items in country capital, we only get the key values, not the we only get the keys, not the values. We only get the first part. So print the capital of string is string, I and J. I mean, this might work. So for I, J in country capital, print. I mean, normally I would not do it as like a C formatted string. I would do it as an F string. So the capital of I is J. Like this. Let's see if this works. Okay, so it still doesn't like this, but it does work if we use the item. Is it item or items? Hold on, it's items with an S. So for IJ in country dot capital items, then we can print out like this. So the capital of Canada is Ottawa, blah blah blah. Okay. So that code assigning I as the country and J as the capital, and that's how it prints correct. I mean, the first thing that so when you've got a dictionary in this case, how do I explain this? So when we run the items method on dictionaries, it turns each one of the entries into a tuple. So a tuple with 2 items. So I refers to the first entry in the tuple, and J refers to the second entry in the tuple. So I mean, I and J could be anything. You could name them anything, basically. So for country, country city and country capital items, the capital of country, which is treated as the first item, is city, which is treated as the second item. And this code still works. How did you get good at coding? You just do the coding. If you do a lot of coding, you get better at it. That's all I have to say. I mean, I don't consider myself good at coding, but the way I got better at coding was to do more coding. Kzori, hello, nice to see you here. What is up? Okay, F needs to be outside of print F. Print F? I'm sorry, I didn't catch that. Okay, let's learn a little bit more about dictionaries over here. Who says the Shy Hat is good at coding? The Flashu, the Flashu guy. But no, I'm not good at coding. I'm becoming better at coding, but I wouldn't call myself good at coding. I've never the thing about people that are good at coding is that people who are good at coding, they're able to work on really large pieces of code or really large code bases. I've never had to deal with code longer than maybe 100 lines or maybe 200 lines, like not very large code bases. Okay, so the next thing we're doing with dictionaries is we're adding keys and values. So dictionaries, and they're not so useful if you can't add and subtract from them. So this is how you do. No, oh, Flash dude. Okay. People who are good at coding don't say that they're good at coding. Maybe, maybe. Anyways, so to add entries to an existing dictionary, simply define the dictionary's index with the name of the key, then supply the value on the other side of the equal sign as shown above. So if we got another dictionary here that's called friend city, so name of the friend and city they live in, we got Carl in Toronto, Rachel in New York, and we're adding a new entry, friend city Bobby from Texas. So we basically refer to this as an element. So the element Bobby in friend city, which is previously undefined, we're defining it as Texas. And then when we print friend city, we say that Bobby has been added to the dictionary. I mean, if we want to print everything in dictionaries, it's not there's no special trick to it. So if we just want to print it, we do this. So print country capital, and that'll print out everything. It'll also print out in this Python format or in this Python syntax. So it's not necessarily what you want to see when you're trying to print out something in a formatted sense. Thank you very much, Anthony Ruiz, for subscribing on YouTube. Thank you. Okay, so let's go. Okay, so we want to add something. So if we want to add something to our list, let's use friend city. It's a little bit less controversial than country capital. Okay, so our new dictionary is friend city. So remember, we can always create our... It's a lot easier to format. It's a lot easier to look at when you define your dictionaries like this. So we'll do friend city like John, who lives in New York. And then we've got, if you have some suggestions, go ahead and let us know in the chat. Osama from Iran. Oh boy. It's gonna be one of those days, huh? Sure, why not? Okay, and we'll take a couple more suggestions if you like. I have a Python community. Eunice, hello, nice to see you here. Eunice VIP Gaming. Can you add me on Discord? Yeah, I mean, we've got a Discord over here, and we've got a Reddit as well, if you want to join those communities. Okay, and let's do, I don't know, Sarah. Sarah from what's the capital of Italy again? Rome? Is Rome the capital of Italy? Or is it some other city? Anyways, we got 3 friends in 3 cities. If we wanted to add to this, we would do this. So it would be friend city, and we reference a specific element, and this element is going to be, oh, how about Rebecca? Rebecca, and she's going to be in, what's another cool city that we could name? How about Los Angeles? Is that how you... No. Yeah, that's how you spell Los Angeles. Guido Van Rossum from Den Haag. I mean, I guess if it's the Python creator. Actually, let's add him here. So let's see. So we'll do Guido from Den Haag. Okay, awesome. Okay, Midland. Guts from Midland. Okay, that's an anime reference, right? Let's try adding Guts. Sure. And so after all of this, we can print out Friend City. Okay, and we get all of our friends that have been added here. How can you insert them? They get added in last. How can you insert them? I mean, we can... So dictionaries, let me... Hold on. I gotta start up my music again. Just a sec. Okay. New music, here we go. Right include Studio H. Wrong programming language. Okay, so what we were doing, how do you insert them? So, I mean, I'm pretty sure that Python dictionaries are officially ordered by insertion order. That means when you iterate over dictionary, the keys and values are yielded in order in which they're first added. So I don't know if we're going to be talking about how to switch orders in dictionaries. I think how you would reorder dictionaries is you would create a new dictionary. Okay, can you explain a little bit more of how the code defines the name to go to the first part and then the city to the second part? I mean, how it does it, I'm not entirely sure, but we do know that the first item in the key value pair is the key. So the key would be Carl, and then the value would be Toronto in this case. So Carl key, Toronto value. Next one, Rachel key, New York value. So just like regular dictionaries that you would find on your bookshelf, you find the word that you're looking up as the key, and then the value or the definition of the word as the contents. Okay, let's see. Okay, so we can also remove the keys and the values. So to remove entries from the dictionary, there are 2 ways. The first one is to use the del keyword along with the dictionary key as the index name. So another interesting thing about dictionaries is that you can't have duplicate entries in dictionaries. So if you've got Rachel as one entry in your dictionary, you can't put Rachel as a second entry in your dictionary. Otherwise, it's going to give you an error. You'd have to find some way to differentiate between the keys. So if we go over to here, and we try to add, if we try to add like guts 2 times in a row for the same dictionary, it's going to give us an error message. So if we run this, oh, okay, it doesn't give us an error message, but instead it overwrites. So it'll overwrite the first entry. So if if we do Midland as the first city, and then we do New City as the second one, it's probably going to be overwritten. Yeah, so New City is going to be the... so I guess this is how you update it as well. So you would just use an update by using the same key value. They're the same. No, you can try adding me on... You can add me on Discord, sure. But you just need to go over to the HackerFrogs Discord over here to find me. Okay. So removing values. So we can use the del keyword. So del friend city Carl, and then print friend city, and then we see that the entry has been deleted. So we can simulate it over here. So we can, let's delete Rebecca. So del friend city. Actually, we'll delete John. We'll delete John from New York. So del friend city John. So we shouldn't see John from New York in the dictionary anymore after we do this. So if we run the program again, we see that John is missing. John is missing from the dictionary. Okay? So the other way of removing entries from the dictionary is to use the pop dictionary method as illustrated above. So we just need to run the method friendcity.pop Rachel, and that'll delete Rachel from the dictionary. So we can demonstrate this over here. So instead of del friendcity John, we're gonna friendcity.pop. And this achieves the same thing. Okay, the frog is not typing. Oh. Okay, it looks like the program crashed. Okay, let me go ahead and reset my frog. It'll take just a second. Okay, and then we need to restart the program. Oh yes, pop does have a side effect. So pop is going to return the object as well. So if you run the pop method, it's going to return the object. I mean, sometimes this is useful, sometimes it's not. Sometimes it's not useful. Actually. Can I play around? I can't play around with with this thing. Anyways, let's go back. There is no frog. There is a frog now. Is there a way to just delete the city and not the name? Delete the city, but not the name. Huh. So it would only show the name in the dictionary or something? I mean, you could make it an empty string. So let's try doing that. So if we go over to Guts Midland. So Guts Midland is the first entry, and then we overwrite it with New City. But we can also overwrite it with an empty... Well, we'll try to see if we can overwrite it with an empty string and see if that works. Okay, so it does return an empty string here, so it's fine. Set the string to empty or nil. I mean, empty is probably the easier. So it's the difference between pop and delete. So delete doesn't return the object, that pop does delete. Well, pop also returns the object. So pop would be something that you could use for inside of inside of functions, in case you wanted to return the name of the deleted thing. You can return and delete at the same time, is the advantage of pop. You take the man out of the city, but not the city out of the man. I guess you could say it like that, yeah. Okay, so dictionary keys are immutable. So the names of the keys cannot be changed after they've been created. Only the key's value, missed a big old typo there. Only the key's value can be changed. So we can't change the names of keys. So we can't, let's see. So city friend, Carl, Toronto, Rachel, New York. City friend, Carl equals Kelly. I mean, once you've added an entry to the dictionary, you can't change the name of the entry. You can only delete it. That's the only thing. Pop is useful for FIFO stacks. First in, first out. Yeah. Okay, so originally there was a dictionaries exercise over at learnpython.org, but that website is really not fun to use, so we're just going to skip it. There were 3 Canadians here a few months ago, and they did more than 10,000 kilometers just by walking. Pythonicus, hello. Or Pythonicness, hello. Nice to see you here. And where is here? Are you talking about a specific country? Okay, let's do a little quiz. So the first question is, which of the following statements about Python dictionaries is true? A. A dictionary is a mutable, ordered collection of items. B. A dictionary can have duplicate keys. C. Dictionary keys must be immutable and unique. Or D. Dictionary values must be unique. So which one of these statements about the Python dictionaries is true? A, B, C, or D? Okay, C, A and C. I see some, are we answering in chat? If you like. Some people are guessing. I see a lot of C's. So dictionary keys must be immutable and unique. So the answer is C. Dictionary keys are immutable and unique. Immutable means you can't change. You can't change the keys. So we demonstrated that once we add a key to a dictionary, it can't be changed. So it's immutable, and it's also unique. It means that we can't have the same key in the dictionary. The only thing we can do to a key is we can reassign its value. We can't change the actual key. Okay, let's move on. We have one more? Okay, we have one more. So which of the following methods can be used to delete a key value pair from a dictionary? So we want to get rid of the key value pair from the dictionary. Do we use A, the del keyword, B, the pop method, C, A and B, or D, none of the above? You can change the dictionary. That's true. We can modify the dictionary, but we can't modify the name of the key. We can't change the name of the key to something else. E, buffer overflow. Of course. So the answer here is A and B. We can use the pop keyword or the del keyword or the pop method to get rid of stuff. I feel like A seems good this time. Yeah, either or. And I think we've got a couple of we've got some code to look at as a review for this workshop. So let me go ahead and get that. The pop one seems sneaky, kind of. Okay, so what should we do? Should we take a look at web decode from Pico CTF? Or password 4. Okay, this could be fun. Let me get everybody the link. How many points did I get? Duck, what did you answer? You answered A, and then you answered C. Oh, you got 1 point, 1 point out of 1 out of 2. Wait until you learn about its counterpart, push. I mean, push and pop are like low-level language instructions as well. Okay, so let's take a look at what's going on in this challenge. So we'll go over to Pico CTF. This is so cool. How often do you do these streams and for how long? So we usually do the streams for about 6.5 hours, and we run them twice a week. Okay, so after we've logged into Pico CTF, we can access the challenge over here. So this is password crack 4. I think we've covered some of the other ones in previous Python challenges. So where we go? Okay, so it says here PW crack 4. Can you crack the password to get the flag? Download the password checker here, and you'll need to get the encrypted flag and the hash in the same directory too. There are 100 potential passwords with only one being correct. You can find these by examining the password checker script. So what we're going to do is we're going to download all of the parts of the challenge here, and then we're going to take a look at the Python script. So before we do that, we can, after we're logged in, we're going to use the Python web shell to finish the challenge because everybody's got access to the web shell. So log in and then go over to the right hand side of the screen. There's a button labeled web shell. Click on it. And then after the web shell opens, you can click on this button here that's labeled pop out web shell terminal. It's beside the help button, and that's going to put the web shell in its own browser tab. So I've got like an artifact from another challenge here, so I'm just going to delete that. We're going to make a new directory for this challenge. I think it was called password crack 4, so we're just going to call this directory pw4. We're going to enter that directory, and then we're going to start downloading the files. So if anybody needs the link to the web shell, this is it over here. You're going to need to be logged into Pico CTF before you can access this site. Okay, and then after that, click on pwcrack4, and then download 3 files. So there's 1 link, 2 links, and 3 links. For each one of these links, we need to right-click it and select copy link. Then go to the web shell and then type in wget, paste in the file address, and then download the file. So wget space, paste in the file. We need to do this 3 times. So 1, 2, and then 3. So I'm pretty sure I can give everybody the links for the 3 files you want to get, in case you don't want to log in to do this. So there's the first file, there's the second file, and there's the third file. You need all 3 of these files in the same directory to do the challenge. Okay, so let's take a look at the Python script. Whoops. Okay, web shell here. So level4.py. So this is the Python script we're looking at today. We're just going to use nano to take a look at the file. Okay. So when we look at the script, it's important. Well, we don't need to take a look at this part of the script to finish the challenge because it says it explicitly over here. So what's happening in the script? So flag encoded equals open level 4 flag.txt.encoded in read mode. So this is what this means. And then correct password hash equals open level 4 hash.bin in read mode. So it's taking in the contents of these two files. And then what's the password hash password function doing? So hash password string. So password bytes equals byte array. So byte array is a function. Password bytes.extend pw string.encode. So what we need to do is we need to pay more attention to the actual password check. So the password check function over here. So level 4 password check. User password equals input. Please enter the correct password for the flag. So this will take in user input. Bro, do you use Kali? Yeah, we're using Kali right now. So this is Kali Linux we're using. So uname A. So this is a Kali Linux machine we're using right now. Okay, so I think we'll take about 10 more minutes to do this, just to finish off this lesson, because it would be nice to be able to finish a challenge. Okay, so user password hash equals password hash password of the user password. So it hashes our user input after we put it in. So then it does a little if condition. If user password hash is equal to the correct password hash, then print welcome back your flag user. And then decryption, this variable is equal to string XOR. So this runs an XOR function or an XOR operation between the decoded flag and the user password. Print decryption, return. That password is incorrect. Okay, so what we need to do here is we need to figure out what the correct password for the flag is. At the very end of the function, they run level 4 password check this function in the script. So let's go ahead and get out of here, and we'll run the script. So Python level4.py. Please enter the correct password for the flag. So we don't know what this is, so we're going to type in the word test, and it says that password is incorrect. Okay, so it's been a while since I've taken a look at this. Let me take a look at my notes. I don't have any notes. Okay, that's great. Let's see. So here, there are 100 potential passwords with only one being correct. You can find these by examining the password checker script. So the password checker script, we looked at that. So there are 100 potential passwords. If we go over to our web shell and then look at level 4 hash dot bin. I'm pretty sure. So this is the hashed version. So level 4 hash.bin is going to be the flag, I think. No. This is going to be this is the XOR key. So with your recommendation, I finished the first project of NAND2 Tetris. NAND2 Tetris, is that the name of your project? Thanto, hello, nice to see you here. What is up? Okay. I kind of forget. Oh, funny. Okay. I didn't go down to the bottom of the actual script. So the strings below are 100 possibilities for the correct password. So the possible password list is this right here. So what we need to do is we need to run Syso as master found it. Yeah. What we need to do is we need to run through the list. So we need to run a little for loop that goes through all of the items in this list and do the level 4 password check on each one of them. So this is how you would do it. Brute force? Yeah, in this case, we're doing some brute force. So we can go back into the script. So level 4 password check. And then instead of... So we need to modify the script over here. So level 4 password check, user password equals input, but it's not input in this case. So what we want to do is we want to run a for loop. So this would be for I in possible password list here. So for I in possible password list, we're going to do something. So for I in W possible password list, user password equals I, and then we run it over and over again. So we just need to, this is all spaces, right? Okay, we can get rid of this line. We just need to indent to the correct degree. Okay, so we just need to, we'll save the file, and then we'll run it. For I in range, pause password. I mean, we could do it that way as well. This works as well, so for I in possible password list, this will iterate over every item in the possible password list down here. And I guess we can also adjust this if return this, right? Return this. Yeah, so we'll just we'll save this out and then we'll run the Python code. Possible password list is not, oh, okay, we need to, the reason why this error comes up is because possible password list is not, we need to define it before we mention it in the function. So we'll go back and we'll copy paste this. So cut and then paste. So Control K to cut, and then we need to put it up at the top of the, at the top over here. So Control U. Okay. Print, also print the correct password and stop when found. Print the correct password and stop when found. Oh, okay. Yeah, we can do that. So we can print with an F string, the correct password is I, because we're doing for I in password list. Okay, and we save out the code and we run the code again. Okay, great. Okay, welcome back, your flag user. The correct password is this, and then we get this flag over here. And thank you very much for following on Twitch, G Money. Thank you very much. Much appreciated. Okay, so to make sure that we've got the right flag, we can copy this and then go over to the Pico CTF website. So password crack 4, paste in the flag, submit the flag, and we're done. Great. All right, so we'll do our review of what we learned today. If there's anything, any questions you have about any of the stuff that we're learning in today's class, please let me know. I'll try to answer as best as I can. Where did the PDF file go? Hold on. Here we go. Okay, so let's review the programming concepts we learned in this workshop. Classes and objects. So Python is an object-oriented programming language, and as such, all data in Python code are considered objects. SysOS says, I converted the raw MD5 to an MD5 hex and then a rainbow lookup to find the password. I mean, whatever gets the job done, yeah. That's a pretty nice method to SOS. Okay, so all objects belong to a class, and an object's class indicates which built-in functions, methods, and variables it has. We also learned about dictionaries, and dictionaries in Python are similar to other container objects such as lists, except that the data stored in dictionaries are pairs of keys and values as opposed to individual items. So dictionaries are useful for recording different keys and value pairs that all pertain to one subject or one common value across a number of subjects. So we could write a dictionary like this: John vital stats, so a bunch of statistics that all pertain to one subject. So the height for John is this number, the weight for John is this number, the age for John is this. So this could be stored in a dictionary, for example. So what's next? In the next HackerFrogs AfterSchool Programming Basics session, we're going to be wrapping up our time with Python by writing challenges to solve CTF challenges. I don't know if we're going to be doing that. Actually, we are. We're going to be using, I think we're going to be using the request module or the socket module, one or the other, to solve some CTF challenges. But let's go ahead and move on to the next portion of today's stream. So the next portion is going to be 60 minutes long. Let me go ahead and set up that timer. So these are going to be a series of challenges we've never seen before, and they're going to be for this website over here, HackingHub.io. So HackingHub.io is another CTF challenge website. They've got a bunch of good stuff here. There are paid services and there are free services, and we're going to be taking a look at some of the free services here over at HackingHub. So let me go ahead and change my overviews. Overlays. Topic 3 is done. Topic 4 is here. Topic 5 is on deck. Sanjay, hello, nice to see you here. What is up? Hope you're having a good time. Are we not signed in? The cookies expire so quickly here. Do you do OSINT too? I mean, we could try doing an OSINT challenge. I don't think I'm not super good at doing OSINT challenges, but I mean, we can give it a try. So we've got a bunch of different hubs over here, and they have collections of challenges from different CTF events that they've created challenges for. So for example, we got NahamCon 2025 Winter CTF. We can try taking a look at this. And I think they've got an OSINT category here as well. If anybody wants to take a look at the same stuff we're looking at, it's over here. So let's take a look at some of these OSINT challenges here. So we got in plain sight and second to none. So in plain sight, we'll do this first challenge. What does this say? Okay, so in plain sight, a function, not a shift, guards the text. A function, not a shift, guards the text. Can you unlock it and give it to me wrapped in the flag? In flag something something. Some of my secrets aren't hidden, they're just overlooked. Everything you need is public, but not everything is easy to find. Follow my trail, pay attention to where information tends to linger. And remember, the closer you look, the less you see. So, I mean, this is a riddle. Okay, so this is some of my secrets aren't hidden. They're just overlooked. So a function, not a shift, guards the text. So maybe we're talking about some cryptographic method. A cryptographic method that uses a function and not a shift. So a shift would be something like the Caesar cipher. Caesar cipher is a shift. It shifts letters by a certain number of letters to get the plain text and the ciphertext. So what is So my secrets aren't hidden, they're just overlooked. What is the name of the ciphers that jumble up the letters? So, I mean, we might be talking about types of cryptography. We're talking about classical ciphers. So classical ciphers have substitution ciphers. Caesar cipher. Caesar cipher is a substitution cipher. It's a shift. It's a shift that's happening. Do you know Frenet from cryptography on Python? I think I've heard of it, but I'm not super familiar with that duck. And Eagersil, hello, nice to see you here. What is up? Okay, you do OSINT too? Yeah. Well, so okay, we that comment got us down this rabbit hole. So these substitution ciphers, there are also. So there's ciphers where you rearrange letters / parts of the ciphertext. What are those called? It can also be hidden in comments somewhere or printed in the same color as the background. You mean on this page? The closer you look, the less you see. Follow my trail. So the other thing we should be paying attention to is whether or not there are any files attached to this challenge. And I don't think there are. Okay, so I could swear that the type of cipher for something like, what is it called? The rail fence cipher? Transposition cipher. So that's it might be the word transposition. So let's try wrapping this up. So transposition is the type of cipher. Let's try submitting this to see if it works. Because transposition ciphers do leave the contents of the plain text in plain sight. Flag is incorrect. No worries, Vigonaire is kind of tough to spell. Printed in the same color as the background. I mean, if it is printed in the same color as the background, can you unlock it and give it to me wrapped in flag? Flags, I mean, that's a flag wrapper we're talking about. The closer you look, the less you see. Follow my trail. Pay attention to where information tends to linger. Information tends to linger. This kind of reminds me of like character frequency analysis. Okay, so I'm not going to just copy and paste this into the LLM, but I'm gonna ask the LLM a couple of questions about potential classical ciphers. Okay, so I'm going to ask, I am trying to identify a classical cipher type. The cipher uses involves character frequency analysis. And what are the other? Some of my secrets aren't hidden, they're just overlooked. everything you need is public, but not everything is easy to find. So these kind of comments make me think that it's a transposition cipher. So the cipher may be a transposition cipher. And what else do we have? Follow my trail, pay attention to where information tends to linger. So information tends to linger, this makes me think it might be talking about the frequency analysis. So once again, we're doing this challenge over here. If you make an account over at HackingHub, you can do the same challenge we're doing right now. Caesar cipher. I mean, we could try plugging in the word Caesar with the Caesar or Vigenaire. Vigenaire. Complete the challenge and enter the found flags below. The closer you look, the less you see. I mean, we can give this as a clue as well. A major clue is this thing. So let's see if it's able to identify what this could be. Based on your clues, a cipher is most likely a transposition cipher, specifically columnar transposition or rail fence. Columnar transposition or rail fence. I've never heard of this one. I have heard of rail fence. Cryptographers hate on FurNet. FurNet mainly because it uses AES 2128 CBC, which is a bit old and has some bad history. What if you zoom in on the bold text? Zoom in on the bold text? We could try, yeah. The closer you look, the less you see. I mean, this kind of reminds me of the motto for Kali Linux, is like the quieter you are, the more you hear, that kind of thing. Enhance, yeah. Okay, well, Radio says Gronsfeld cipher, similar to Vigenaire. 10-character numerical and overlooked is a 10-letter word. Overlooked. Some of my secrets aren't hidden, they're just overlooked. Everything you need is public, but not everything is easy to find. So this is looking close, and this is looking not so close. I don't know if that's the key. Okay, so what else do we have? So it says most likely a transposition cipher, columnar transposition, or rail fence. So letter frequencies are preserved, same as in plain text. Why the closer you look, the less you see? This clue is significant because when you do frequency analysis on a transposition cipher, you see normal English letter frequencies, okay? But when you look closer at the bigrams and trigrams, they're scrambled and disappearing. The more closely you examine the patterns and adjacencies, the less sense the text makes. It looks like random letters, even though the letter counts are normal. Okay, I wrote my tool in FurNet and spent a whole week refactoring it in PyNaCl, and I hope it's worth it. I'm not too sure. 21810.9, 21810.9, 21810.9. Hello, nice to see you here. What is up? Columnar transposition, rail fence, zigzag, or root cipher. So type in, I mean, it might be zigzag, it might be rail fence. Zigzag? Incorrect. Okay. Man. A function, not a shift, guards the text. So the function, I mean, I'm assuming we're talking about the function that does the encoding and decoding. Can you unlock it and give it to me wrapped in the flag? Some of my secrets aren't hidden, they're just overlooked. Everything you need is public, but not everything is easy to find. So when they say that everything you need is public, that still implies to me that it's a transposition cipher. Because in transposition cipher, it's just jumbling up the plain text and not transforming it, and not transforming the actual values of the plain text. Follow my trail. Pay attention to where information tends to linger. Follow my trail. Public? I mean, it couldn't be that easy, could it? I'll give it a try. So, rail fence. Nope. I mean, everything, to me, everything points in that direction, but I'm not too sure. There are no real hints you can get here either, huh? There's just found and not found. Points can be susceptible to change depending on how many users have already discovered it. I'm delighted you tried it, though. No worries, no worries. We're trying to... So this isn't your typical OSINT challenge. Most OSINT challenges are about trying to identify people or identify landmarks, usually based on photos, but not this one. Some of my secrets aren't hidden. It says some of my secrets aren't hidden. Not all of my secrets are not hidden. The Riddler encoding. Oh. Let's see. Everything's public. Not everything is easy to find. Ascrit. We're gonna give the entire thing to, we'll give the entire thing to Perplexity. This is the entire description for the OSINT challenge. Are there Unicode characters hidden, like printing or zero with ones? Oh, you know what? Yeah, let's give that a try before we look at. Okay. A function, not a shift, guards the text. So if we paste this into our text editor, we should see something appear, because there's no such thing as zero width. Actually, you know what? You know what we could do? We could echo this all out to a file. Let's call this ciphertext.txt. Oh no, not like this. Okay, so we'll put this in ciphertext.txt and we'll take a look at the hex dump of it, just to make sure that there's nothing weird in here. Okay, so just some line breaks. What are these? Are these... These are non-printable characters? Why does it come out like this? So what is the E2 character and the 80, hex 80, Happy Friday, Grepitaf. Hello, nice to see you here. What is up? Into the mind of Nahum Sek Katz, their thinking process. Nahum Sek? I mean, I'm not too sure if Nahum Sek was the person who designed the challenge, but it is part of his CTF. So 0A is line break. So these are line, yeah, so these are end of line bytes. There's also E2, 80, 99. What are these bytes? So there's E2 and 80 and 99, and this is repeated twice. So let's take a look at hex to ASCII. Okay, so let me start up my music again because it stopped. How about this stuff? Are they apostrophes? I mean, if they were apostrophes, they would they'd show up. So E2, 80, and 99. These are, I mean, the first one is, what are these? What is 80 and 99? I mean, we can look it up on the ASCII table. So hex 80, hex 80. Oh, hex 80 is not on the standard ASCII list. And 99 is also not on the standard ASCII list. I don't think any of these are on the standard one. So E2 is also not on the standard ASCII list. Okay, what about extended ASCII? Okay, extended ASCII here. Oh. Put a new tab. Okay. So extended ASCII, we're looking at 3 bytes. So 80, hex 80, hex 99. It's UTF-8. Yeah, okay. So this would be hex to UTF-8. File format, Unicode. So hex to UTF-8 converter. We've got one over here. Enter hex. So hex is this. Invalid hex. Use an even number of hexadecimal digits. An even number of hexadecimal digits. Did we not? 9980E2. Convert. Input hex. UTF-8. Is this just an apostrophe? Is it just apostrophe? Lexter, hello, nice to see you here. And thank you very much for the Unicode link over here. Let's take a look. So let's see. Unicode right single quotation mark. Right single quotation mark. You don't. Oh wait. So wait, if we look at the challenge here. Yeah. Hold on. They aren't hidden, they're just overlooked. So these are non-standard apostrophes. So is it apostrophe? There are 2 of them. So it's this one is so is it the word apostrophe? Apostrophe. And just wrap it up in the flag wrapper. Is that how you spell apostrophe? You can give it a try. Okay, so paste it in. let me know if this is how you spell apostrophe. If it's not, that's not the correct flag. Okay, so what about these other bytes? So there's hex 88, hex 80, hex 99, and hex E2. Apostrophe. Yeah, it looks like I spelled it correctly. Phone says yes. Do you stream on Twitch? Yeah, I also stream on Twitch. So the other, I might have to capitalize the word apostrophe. I'm not sure. No, that's not the correct flag. Okay. So let's go back to what Perplexity might think, because we fed this into Perplexity here. So the string is a string reversal, a transposition cipher where the text is reversed. Okay. I mean, that's probably not it. We found some non-standard hex characters, or some non-ASCII hex bytes in the message, and then I guess we can give the bytes. E2 8099. Oh, stop. E2 8099. Okay, can you put the apostrophe in? Maybe. Okay, so let's grab the apostrophe. So here in the message itself, this is the apostrophe. We can copy it, we can put it between the flag wrapper, and then submit it. That's not the correct thing. Okay. Okay, and the hex bytes E28099 are UTF-8 encodings are the UTF-8 encoding. So the entire thing is the UTF-8 encoding of this right single quotation mark. Right single quotation mark, also known as a smart quote or apostrophe. Okay, this is not a standard ASCII apostrophe. It's a Unicode character often introduced by word processors, copy pasting from websites. Okay, so if you're treating this as a classical cipher, you need to remove, well, I mean, right single quotation mark. So is it like UTF-8? Could this be the flag? Something like this. Try it out. Still doesn't like this. MXTR Freedom, hello, nice to see you here. What is up? Smart quote? Smart quote. Or quote? Usually these things would be like a single string. So maybe just put the bytes in the flag? Maybe. E2 8099. Nope, not this one. A function, not a shift, guards the text. A function, not a shift, guards the text. So we were able to find that non-standard character, but there's the rest of the challenge description as well. A function, not a shift. Can you unlock and give it to me wrapped in flag? Some of my secrets aren't hidden, they're just overlooked. Everything you need is public, but not everything is easy to see. Follow my trail, pay attention to. Okay. We'll work on this. We'll work on this for another 10 minutes. Then we really need to move on to the next thing. In plain sight. Plain sight. Plain sight means that the answer is here. Information. What's between the two apostrophe? Oh, you know what? That's a good point, SysOS. What's between the two apostrophe words? So if we take a look at the two apostrophe words are here, right? Aren't there. Hidden? Hidden. Hidden? The word hidden is between the two apostrophe words. So let's try the word hidden. That would be pretty devious. That's not the correct flag. The two apostrophe words are here. Maybe this. So between all of this, between all of these two quotes, there are these words, exactly. Let's just try pasting that in with the semicolon. Okay, and try it with the semicolon. Oops, not just the semicolon, that would be weird. Still not accepting this. Aren't hidden, they're overlooked. Pay attention to where information tends to linger. This kind of points towards looking at the hex dump. Follow my trail. So if we take a look here, there's some line breaks. So the line breaks are pretty normal. Yeah, I forgot about the fact that UTF-8 can take multiple bytes to create like a single character. Just inspect the page and you can look at the answer. Inspect the page. Inspect the page. Okay, so what are we looking at? Yeah, I mean, we can definitely poke around the web page source. So, I mean, let me try copying everything. So select all, and then copy, and then we can just paste it into a file or something. Okay, so we'll... So this is an HTML page. Okay, it's probably not this stuff here. So where's the page body? So we see, I mean, we see all these JavaScript files over here. I guess maybe we need to I like the frog. Thank you, terminal error. Nice to see you here. Okay, so this stuff here will inspect it. So these are paragraphs. We'll open these up. So each paragraph the closer you look, the less you see. What are you trying to do? So we're trying to solve a challenge. So it's a little riddle. Can you resend the page link? Yeah, the page link is over here. I don't know if you'll be able to see it if you're not logged in. So div class. We also have the header over here. I had to learn coding for Linux in a free way because I wanted to get into cybersecurity. I only have a cheap Chromebook as well. Terminal error. Hey, you can take a look at the education links over here. And if you want to get into cybersecurity, this guide might help you. Take a look at the links. Okay, so could you tell me, not Kronovi, have you, if you manage to solve the challenge, let me know what you, if you give a hint, that'd be great. But you know, if not, that's fine. We're probably gonna move on to the next challenge in about 4 minutes or so. Overflow? Overflow? What do you mean overflow, MXTR Freedom? Overlooked. So overlooked secrets. Function not a shift. Everything you need is public. Follow my trail. Source page. Overflow in the source page? Looking at the metadata in cookies. Okay, so the source page is over here. Let's save this out, and that's we can grep inside of this. Grep source.html. We can look for overflow. Cat source.html, grep overflow. Over? Nope. What happens if we take a look at these individual JS scripts? It would be weird if they just left the stuff in the JavaScript files. But, I mean, we can take a look. Okay. For the source page, like, would expect a little bit more of a hint. Expect a little bit more of a hint. Maybe. It's kind of weird that all these JavaScript files are being loaded up and that they're all loaded in this way. The comments are all empty. Do we have comments? Where did you generate the thumbnails for the streams? They're so good. I mean, all the stuff that I do for the thumbnails is all from ChatGPT. Sometimes it takes a while to generate a good thumbnail. You usually have to do a lot of very specific prompting. Do you have a pixel? No, I definitely don't have a pixel artist that draws this stuff. I usually generate this stuff within maybe 4 or 5 days of the stream going live, so I couldn't commission anybody in that short a time. Yeah, I'm not too sure. Okay, let's move on to the other challenge. So we got one more challenge in the OSINT category. We might revisit this one later, but there's one more challenge in the same category called second to none. This one also seems kind of cryptic. Are you using EXIF tool? There are no images. There are no images on the page, so I don't know if using EXIF tool would work out in this case. You know what else we could do? There might be something weird hiding in the hiding in here as well. I mean, I don't see any non-standard stuff in the source, so that's not it. Did we try base 64 already? Okay, so the other challenge is second to none. Before the page is changed, before the record grew noisy, there was our first trace. Find it, mark the moment to the second. There's a lot of things to learn. Terminal error. Yeah, you were asking about the education stuff, right? Learn coding for Linux in a free way because I want to get into cybersecurity. There's a lot of stuff available for free, so I'm here to document all of the free materials and all the free education websites. Okay, not Chronovi says, I have a question. I have a USB, but when I use real fast, it doesn't work. I'm not too sure what you mean, not Chronovi. Okay, so man, these are supposed to be easy rated challenges too. Okay, what is your favorite CTF category? Do you have any tips for a beginner for his journey? Yeah, I mean, we've got it really depends on what kind of role you want to get into as far as cybersecurity is concerned. You can check out the link, and the first thing you need to do is you need to identify what you want to aim for, what goal you want to aim for, because the path for training and education is going to be different for each role. So if you decide to do like malware analysis, that's not going to be the same training path you do for web app security testing, which is not going to be the same training path you would do for what else is something that's really different? Digital forensics and incident response. They're all very, very different. Just tuned in, what are we looking at tonight? So we're currently looking at some OSINT challenges, and we're not getting very far because everything seems to be very, very cryptic. Before the pages changes, before the records grew noisy, that was our first trace. Find it, mark the moment, second to none. So this reminds me of something that could be on the Wayback Machine. Yeah, we could look for an older version of the web page. So second to none, we could plug this into the Wayback Machine, right? So what is it called? Waybackmachine.com. Okay, thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube. Cedular IT, thank you. It's frustrating until you figure out, then you feel like a badass. Let's see. Terminal Error says, I want to get into red teaming. Red teaming's a pretty long path to follow, but check out the webpage. check out the education resources and start learning about computer networking first. And then after you learn computer networking, start looking into the network hacking challenges, as well as the web app hacking challenges, or the web app hacking sections on the education page. Okay, what kind of networking dial-up? Which networking? That's true. Wayback Machine is not here. Hold on. So web.archive.org. Okay, so that's the correct website. What do you think about Pwn? Because personally I like it, but what will it translate to in real life? So Pwn will translate to malware development, and the opposite side of Pwn is the opposite side of Pwn is reverse engineering, and reverse engineering leads to stuff like malware analysis. Now, dial-up is making a comeback. Only if Wayback Machine is not archive.url. Click here to search for all archived pages under HackingHub. Click here to search for all archived pages. Okay. So we don't see anything here. I tried the bandit game in War Games and got to level 3, then took a break. Does that mean anything? I mean, here's the thing about those war games. If you get stuck on something for a long time, it's perfectly okay to look up the answer. But when you look up the answer, you have to try to understand exactly why the answer is the way it is. Amazon Blink running on 56K modems, of course. So, yeah, so this doesn't have anything. But let's take a look at the challenge description one more time. Before the pages changed, before the records grew noisy, that was our first trace. Find it, mark the moment to the second. So, are we supposed to do some sort of DNS lookups or something? Nice. GitHub would definitely recommend level effect for blue teaming, as well for people who are new. They have an affordable, complete path for literally going into help desk to SOC analyst. So Jordan, if you've got resources for services that have free offerings, this is what we specialize in. We specialize in finding resources that people can use for free. Not that the resource has to be completely free, it's just that it has to have a free component. Okay, like the early hackers started phone phreaking. Yeah, I mean, people will hack on whatever technology is available to them. It doesn't even necessarily have to be computer hacking. Okay, so find it, mark the moment to the second. I mean, we can take a look at the source code because we didn't pay too much attention to the source code last time. This looks like the same stuff. This looks like the same stuff from the previous challenge. Let's take a look at, let's inspect the element. Yeah, I mean, we do see some empty comments here. But nothing else. Are we missing something? I have a solution, make an ISO patcher from scratch. It's a challenge though. I mean, I'm not too sure if we're gonna have time to do stuff like that. Before the pages changed, before the records grew noisy, that was our first trace. Find it, mark the moment to the second. This is the type of challenge where when I find out the solution, I'm gonna be mad that I didn't figure it out earlier. Okay, not Kronovi says, I have a question. I use a USB and I want to try Rufus to get Linux. I want to try Rufus. Linux doesn't work. Look for the apostrophe, the semicolon. Look for the semicolon. this thing. Mark the moment to the second. To the second. I mean, we could do the same thing we did in the previous challenge. We could try to see if there's anything weird in the encoding here, or any hidden characters or anything like that. So this one's called to the second. Here's the text. Okay, I mean, there are no special characters in here, really. Pay minimum $19 per complete SOC 100 course. It's all live streamed and walked through on their YouTube, so it can be followed along with. Created by NSA veterans. Created by NSA veterans. I mean, that sounds good. The fact that they have videos on YouTube, that's also good. Mama Rolf, hello, nice to see you here. What is up? Before the pages changed, before the records grew noisy, that was our first trace. Find it. Mark the moment to the second. So, this is part of the OSINT. This is part of the OSINT challenges. I wonder if we're supposed to search for this particular piece of text. So if we search for this in like Google, are we going to be able to find something? Based on the poetic framing of your request, the first trace represents the point just before written history. The moment is prehistory. Prehistory to the second? Okay, 40,000 years ago. 440,000 years ago in the Stone Age. I mean, I was looking for something that had this text, but I don't think this is the case. Okay, the X says for me, based on the clues, it's pointing to the first trace before the records grew noisy. The moment is 000000. This represents the absolute start of time, the first trace, preceding all events, noisy history, and the changing of pages. Do you use Spotify Premium? No, I don't use Spotify Premium. To the second. To the second? I mean, we can try giving this... We can give this a try. Because why not? So we can wrap it up in the flag. That's not the flag. Then Gemini came up with this gem. The trace you're looking for refers to the moment second to none project was born on the blockchain, making the immutable entry before subsequent activity, the noisy records and updates, pages changed. Yeah, I mean, the AI is going to come up with all sorts of wacky possibilities, huh? So this has only been solved 33 times. It's funny that both of these OSINT challenges were listed as easy. But I guess the technical difficulty might be easy. I love blockchain for stuff. Actually, I'm very interested in the new Pico CTF challenges. Next month, we're going to be able to do the new Pico CTF challenges on stream, and they've got a series of blockchain challenges. And I mean, blockchain challenges are the type of thing that are going to teach you how to do smart wallet hacking, and that's a really major, well, it used to be a really major thing like a few years ago. I don't know if it's still super in demand as far as that kind of bug bounty stuff is concerned. But let me point out what I'm talking about. So for Pico CTF 2026, they've got blockchain challenges. So they've got 4 of them over here: smart overflow, access control. And I'm very interested in going over these because it's something very different and something I haven't tried before. If you want to take a look at these things yourself, here you go. Okay, ETH has PQ and alpha testing. What is PQ? Oh, post-quantum, right. Post-quantum algorithms and cryptography in general? Yup. A large amount of IRL hacking stuff is blockchain, key theft, and phishing. But yeah, I'd love to go over these challenges after they become what is the word? Up for grabs. That's going to be early next month, after they announce the winners of Pico CTF 2026. I've actually done over half of the challenges for Pico CTF 2026, but doing the challenges and archiving them by doing write-ups and stuff, there's a lot of work I have to do there. Anyways, this challenge, I have no idea. Before the pages changed, before the records grew noisy, this was our first tries. Find it. I mean, I'm thinking that we might be talking about the history for this particular webpage. Freedom DAO says, one of the craziest hacks I saw in the wild was a website that used a special character domain that matched Binance to phish users. Also, Ether Delta's compromise, both stole millions in hours. In hours, I'm guessing you mean millions of dollars? Mark the moment to the second. This kind of sounds like DNS. Yeah, I mean, it could be DNS, but how would we look this up? Want to look up the DNS records. DNS records are usually for servers and not for specific endpoints, right? Associated with this endpoint. Okay. The other thing is that this isn't the original domain that it was hosted on, but I mean, if they want to make this solvable by people who are using this website, that's only for the domain part. Yeah, I mean, it wouldn't say anything about the specific endpoint for the challenge. Thank you very much, Wolfskin. Wolfskin, thank you very much for the follow on Twitch. Thank you. So I mean, these challenges proved a lot more difficult than I thought they might be. Network control program. Network control program. Google AdSense serving special characters in the domain. Do you speak French? Je ne parle pas français. That is no. I learned French in school, in high school and in elementary school, but they only teach you very, very basic French. So I'm afraid not. Second to none? U.S. Army airplanes? Maybe? Maybe. ARPANET? Before the pages changed, before the records grew noisy, that was our first trace. Mark the moment to the second. So we're talking about the introduction of ARPANET. Okay, I guess we could ask, like, what time? What time was ARPANET created? Down to the second. Okay, the first internet. So there's no recorded time down to the second for when ARPANET was created as a specific moment, because it was developed over months and years. The first successful host-to-host connection, it happened at 6:30 a.m. UTC on October 30th, 1969. I mean, if this was the answer, how would we wrap this up in the flag wrapper? Is the ISC2CC good for an intro? Intro, because that's what I've been doing for the past few days. I mean, I haven't heard of that. Is that a certification? Or some sort of course? ISC2CC Certified in Cybersecurity Certification. Certified in Cybersecurity Certification. It's a free entry-level cybersecurity training and certification exam. I mean, if it's free, at least you're not wasting money if it doesn't work out. But yeah, I haven't heard of this one. Advertising through social engineering. Is that what's going on right now? Okay. Anyways, we need to move on to the next challenge. We're not really making too much progress with this one. But the good thing is that the next challenge definitely has it's a guided walkthrough kind of experience, if we want it to be. Anyways, okay, so the last thing we're going to be doing is we're going to be doing cloud hacking stuff. So cloud hacking stuff, we're talking about Amazon AWS. Amazon AWS is probably the most popular cloud computing service out there. And we're going to be covering that over at HackSmarter. So HackSmarter is a content creator who has his own platform over here. He's got a bunch of paid stuff. He's got a bunch of free stuff. We're going to be covering the free stuff over here. Don't hack my cloud. He's a bot. He's a no, really? Let's see. Do you speak Arabic? No, I don't speak Arabic. The first internet was just a couple of computers. I heard that the first internet was basically a bunch of interconnected computers that were on either one of the coasts in America. It was like less than 50 computers. Okay, so let's get rid of all the stuff we're not using, and then we can move on to the last part of today's stream. Okay, so here we are. Yeah, unfortunately we weren't able to make any progress on these CTF challenges. We might come back to them in the future. Okay, so let's go ahead and enroll into this course. The hacker will never let you know his identity, no matter how the questions are. You should be tricky to know. I mean, I've got a semi-public identity. If you do a little bit of digging, you should be able to figure out who I am if you really wanted to. It's just that I don't want to make it too easy for people to, snoop. Anyways, let's enroll into this course. Second to none. Answer is 2024. I mean, what's your reasoning for this, MXTR Freedom? It's, if you're on the internet, you can be de-anonymized. Hacking isn't just computer stuff, it's also social skills. VPN is coming out of Germany. VPN is coming out of Germany? Which one? I am Elon Musk asks, do you want a Tesla? That's a good one. I am Elon Musk. Also use X. That does sound like some things that that Elon Musk would say. That's true. Okay, so what do we got here? So we're going to be doing this course, and the course talks about IAM, and IAM is basically the identity management tool that is used by AWS, which is Amazon's web stuff. So if you come from a traditional on-premises networking background, you are likely used to firewalls and network segmentation acting as the primary security perimeter. In the cloud, this paradigm shifts entirely. Identity is the new perimeter. So even if an AWS environment is locked down at the network layer, that is VPC, security groups, a leaked IAM access key can bypass all of it, granting an attacker direct access to control the cloud infrastructure from anywhere in the world. And let's catch up with chat. Sam, hello, nice to see you here. Hey bro, remember, he is Elon, he must be Elon. Let's see, Nine Eyes Alliance can find out anybody's VPN anyways. Let's see, hello there, how are you? Hello, Isabel Williams, nice to see you. Dark forums are the only safe place to do stuff. Just saying good stream. Lone Wolf says, Kash Patel had his personal email hacked, no one is safe. I mean, if people really want to get you, it's tough. It's really tough. So the sheer number of people trying to find out stuff about you means that eventually somebody's going to be able to find something if there's something out there. I wish I could be an FBI director. That's that's a tricky one. Okay, let's see. Join the dark web. I mean, maybe one of these days we'll try out some dark web stuff. It sounds kind of sketchy, and maybe something that is not super safe for doing on live stream. Okay. Anyways, what is IAM? So IAM stands for Identity and Access Management. It is the central nervous system of AWS security. It handles two completely separate but equally vital concepts. So one is authentication, or auth-n. Auth-n. Huh. I've never really seen it what is the word? Abbreviated like this. Auth-n and auth-z. I work in tech support, and the hacking victims are usually clueless or paranoid. Are the hacking victims usually paranoid? IAM is a newer system, but very good stuff. So authorization is proving who you are, that is logging in with credentials. And authorization, or auth-z, is determining what you are allowed to do, for example, reading a database or deleting a server, okay? So to summarize, IAM dictates who, identity and authentication, can do what, actions and authorization, to what resources or targets. What does IAM stand for? Let's not talk about cryptocurrencies in chat. Okay, are these tutorials that you gave me through those links made completely by you? No, not at all. I'm mostly a curator of resources. I find websites and I find platforms that are good for beginners to help on their cybersecurity journey. Chat is lit. What did you miss? Burner email, hello. We did a bunch of OSINT challenges and really didn't get anywhere. We talked about Python. We talked about, we tried doing some programming at the start of the stream, and we also talked about, what is it? Network packet capture stuff with Wireshark. This is what we did today. Suggested roadmap to get into cybersecurity. Can we talk about cryptozoology? I mean, if you like. With Python, yeah. Suggested roadmap with Python? A roadmap with Python. I mean, check this out, the Get Into Cyber website. And check out the education links as well. So IAM is Identity and Access Management. So I mean, let's just copy paste this. Okay. Great. What term describes the process of determining what a user is allowed to do after they log in? So after they log in, you have to have the right authorization, because authentication is logging in and having permission to do stuff is authorization. Okay, so let's move on. So complete and continue. Okay, core components and JSON policies. So I mean, everything that you see in AWS is, well, a lot of stuff you see in AWS is going to be in the format of JSON objects, which means it's not always the most fun to parse through, but you know, it's just something you have to get used to. Okay, Freedom DAO so says if you Google libgen, there's a book system with like 2,000 gigabytes of books, including every Python book ever made. You can learn Python. Most language models and AI were trained on libgen via IPFS. What is IPFS? Randolph, hello. The A? Okay, so AWS Identity and Access Management main components. We got 4 of them over here. We've got IAM users. We've got IAM groups. We've got IAM roles. And we've got IAM policies. I'm sure they'll explain these in the subsequent paragraphs. So to navigate IAM, you must intimately understand its 4 building blocks. Misunderstandings here are exactly what lead to misconfigurations that pen testers can exploit. Freedom DAO says, interplanetary file system. Interplanetary file system. It's a P2P file system like torrents, but for next-gen web, like Web 3 style. I've never heard of it. I mean, I've heard of torrents, because torrents have been around for 20 years. They've been around for a really long time, but I haven't heard of this one. Randolph Stokes says that the amount of data we share to stay connected means there are breadcrumbs everywhere. If someone is motivated and talented, they'll find a way in. Are you talking about OSINT, or trying to de-anonymize somebody? Or are you talking about something else? Okay, so the first thing is users. Users represent a specific person or application. They utilize long-term credentials. So for console web access, we use username and password. For programmatic access, that is CLI and API, we use an access key. Access key ID, usually starting with the string AKIA and a secret access key. So the second component is groups. Okay, Freedom DAO says Ethereum uses IPFS a lot for hosting apps and NFTs, non-fungible tokens. Oh, it's part of the Ethereum system. Okay. IFPS is used by a lot of hacking tools because it's really hard to take down. Oh, so they host stuff using IFPS. So groups. Groups are purely logical management constructs used to group users together. You cannot authenticate as a group. Okay. So users can't authenticate as a group, but users can be part of a group. I'm assuming. If you have 5 backend engineers who all need the exact same access to EC2 instances, you put them in a developers group and assign the permissions to the group. This saves time and reduces human error. Okay? Number 3, roles. Yeah, I'm kind of confused. I'm a bit confused as to what the difference is between groups and roles, because you would assume that they sound kind of similar. Okay. Autonomous hacking tools by advanced actors these days use IPFS for command and control. I want to hack crypto guys. Any tips? I'm afraid I can't really offer any advice for hacking crypto or like stealing it, because this isn't what we do over here. Okay, so let's see. Roles are the most misunderstood concept or component. Unlike users, roles use temporary credentials generated via the AWS Security Token Service, or Security Token Service, or STS. A role isn't permanently attached to one person. Instead, an entity, a user, an AWS service like an EC2 instance, or even another AWS, assumes a role. So a user or a service can assume a role. Think of it like putting on a different hat to do a specific job. So for example, assuming a security analyst role during an incident. Once the job is done, the temporary credentials expire. Okay, Wild Radio says, it makes me feel sadness. Blockchain was a beautiful idea, but they poisoned it by turning it into a crypto fiat currency again. It's so cliche. Okay, so roles require a trust policy. Roles require a trust policy which dictates who can assume the role, and a permissions policy which dictates what the role can do. So number 4 is policies. So policies are the brain of IAM, and policies are JSON documents that explicitly list permissions. By default, AWS operates on a model of implicit deny. If a permission is not explicitly granted in a policy, it is denied. Managed policies. Oh, we've run out of music again. Okay, let's put on some new music. Everybody, how's the volume on the music? I get the feeling that the music might be a bit too low. Let us know how the. Let me play the music now. Let me know how the volume is. K-Tech says, I'm new to the field. I mean hacking, so what should I learn first? De-anonymization. Let's turn it up a bit. Okay, let me know about the volume here. Don't hear anything. Okay, let me check my volume levels. HackerOne offers bounties for crypto hacking. That's true. Tex, what should you learn first? Okay, so try this website here. Okay, so we got managed policies, which are reusable standalone policies created by AWS, for example, administrator access, or by the customer. They can be attached to multiple users and roles. So managed policies, and we've got inline policies. One-off policies embedded directly into a single user, group, or role. Because they don't show up in the central policy list, admins often forget about them, making them prime targets for privilege escalation. Okay, so we've got assume tagged role, allow, STS assume role. Uh-oh. This is no good. This lets you become other roles, which could be really, really bad. Okay. Okay, I know this is off topic, but do you know how to solve a Rubik's Cube? I saw that you used a 3x3 thumbnail in your riddle registry video. I mean, I'm not a Rubik's Cube person, but it is something I use for the thumbnail. Thank you very much for bringing that up, terminal error. So anatomy of a policy statement. So effect, allow or deny. Explicit deny always overrides allows. Action, the specific API call allowed, for example, S3 get object. And resource, the specific target. So ARN AWS S3, my secret bucket. Okay, so what type of credentials do IAM roles utilize? IAM roles. Okay, let's go back up. Neems, hello, nice to see you here. What is up? Thanks for the stream. By the way, hack the planet. Yeah, let's hack the planet. I can't hear it. You can't hear the music?
Hack the planet! Hack the planet!
Okay, you can hear it now? Okay, great, great. But is this AWS IAM? Yeah, this is what we're studying for our last thing today. So what type of credentials do IAM roles utilize? So let's scroll back up to the roles. So temporary credentials. Okay, so these temporary credentials. So generated via the AWS Security Token Service. So the answer should be temporary. Temporary credentials. Okay, so this is correct. Next, what type of policy is embedded directly into a single user and is often forgotten by administrators? So we're talking about inline policies. Oh, that's not correct. Hold on, let's go back up. So policy statements. So IAM policies, we're talking about inline policies. One-off policies embedded directly into a single user group or role. Let's copy paste this. So inline doesn't have a dash. So this is correct. Okay, great. In a JSON policy statement, which element defines the specific API call being allowed or denied? Specific API call, so it's which element? So JSON policies, these are resource? Resource. Nope. Which element defines the specific API call? Oh, API call. Action. So this is STS assume role, or something like, what was it called? S3 something something. So this is the action. Okay, let's type it in. Okay, everybody, we've got break happening on Twitch right now, so we're just going to take about 60 seconds for a little break. But while the break happens, you can enjoy the music, and you can also watch the birds. So these are, well, this one's my favorite video. Here are the baby Stellar's jays, and they're having a little bath. We'll be back in about 60 seconds, because I need to take a little water break. But enjoy the birds and the music. Okay, so these are my favorite little guys. I think I'm going to be seeing more of them in the spring. So maybe next month we'll see some Stellar's Jays babies coming over to visit the garden. And that's going to be a lot of fun. Maybe I can get some new footage. Anyways, put the birds away. We'll get back to the learning. Okay, so we complete and continue. Hunting for misconfigurations. When hackers exploit an AWS environment, they usually aren't dropping 0 days. They're hunting for misconfigurations. Because AWS gives administrators so much granular power, the attack surface is massive. So here's what you're looking for during an AWS penetration test. Number 1, privilege escalation. Usually start with assume breach credentials, so that is a low-level user, whose keys were found on GitHub, for example, and your goal is to become an administrator. You do this by looking for dangerous permissions. So for example, dangerous permission example, IAM put user policy. If you have this permission, you can write a new inline policy and attach it to yourself. So you can make a policy that makes you an administrator, I guess. effectively granting yourself administrator access. Okay. So another dangerous permission example would be IAM create access key. If you can do this, you can generate access keys for higher privileged users and log in as them. You can do this, So, I mean, if there's an administrator user out there, you can just create a key for them and then use it to log in as them. That's frightening. But yeah. So to everybody who wants to join in along with us, this is the link for the course we're looking at right now. Okay, so the second part is lateral movement. So lateral movement via IAM pass role. If you can't go straight up to admin, then go sideways. IAM pass role is a highly sought after permission. It allows you to pass an IAM role to an AWS service like an EC2 instance or a Lambda function. If you can pass an administrative role to a compute instance that you control, you can log into that instance and extract the administrator's credentials. Okay, so you IAM pass role over to something that you control, like an EC2 instance. So give it the role, and then log in, and then extract the administrator credentials. That's... Alright, so you can pass the role over to these two resources right here, and if you have access to them, then you can go in and extract administrator credentials. That's crazy. Okay, number 3 is persistence. So if you manage to compromise an account, you want to stay there. If an IAM policy allows you to create access keys for other users, you can backdoor an admin's account. Unless the target has strict SIEM logging, such as like AWS CloudTrail enabled, they won't notice because you didn't change their password. You just quietly generated a secondary secret key for yourself. So IAM users can have up to two active keys at a time. Okay, so access the administrator's account and then create an access key. Create another access key. Alright, and then we've got wildcard danger. So always look for wildcards in JSON policies. An action on wildcard star or asterisk means that the user can perform any action on the specified resource. An action IAM star means that you have full control over the entire identity structure. Okay, Burner Email asks, I've always wondered, how does crypto work? Do you mean cryptocurrency? Cryptocurrency is... Let's see. Cryptocurrency is currency that is tracked on a ledger, on a digital ledger called the blockchain. And the blockchain, the security of the blockchain is secured by strong cryptography. And that's where the crypto and cryptocurrency comes from. Okay, so what do we have here? So asterisk wildcard danger. We've got SID, full IAM control, effect allow, action, IAM, everything on resource everything. Very bad news for the security, for the security team. What character in a JSON policy indicates that you can apply actions to all resources or all services? So this is the lovely asterisk. Okay. So how does crypto mining work, and how does that tie to cryptocurrency? So crypto mining is different depending on what kind of cryptocurrency we're talking about. I don't know a lot about cryptocurrency. As far as I know about Bitcoin, mining Bitcoin was based off of doing heavy computer computations. And if you were able to do those heavy computer computations and submit them to the blockchain, if you were able to do those heavy computations and the blockchain ledger accepted them, then they would give you some cryptocurrency. And I guess in this case it would be like Bitcoin or something. I don't know how it works for other cryptocurrencies. Every cryptocurrency has a different method of mining. Not every, well, they have one of a few different methods of mining. Okay, so what dangerous IAM action allows you to assign a role to an AWS compute resource like an EC2 that you control? So it was assign a role. Let's look back up. So it was pass role. So IAM pass role. Okay, let's copy this. Does anybody in chat have a link? I mean, it's probably something you could pretty easily look up on any search engine. So an attacker generates a second access key for an administrator account so that it can return later. What phase of the attack framework is this? So this is backdoor or persistence? Let me try persistence. Okay, so this was persistence. Complete and continue. So we got an IAM enumeration cheat sheet, and then we got a practical lab to go through. Okay, so IAM enumeration cheat sheet, list IAM users, get user permissions. This is something I want to add to my guide, because I've been trying to compile a list of good AWS CLI commands for doing cloud testing. Okay, list inline policies, get inline policy details. Just remember, whenever there is a scam, there is going to be scammers. Heads on a solo when you visit the village. The village? I'm not too sure which village you're referring to here. Okay, so we're probably going to use all of these commands when we do our lab in just a little bit. Okay, so I've saved this to my notes. Yes, no. Alright, you know what we're going to do? We're just going to copy everything on this page. Whoop, go down, copy everything. And then we'll put this in our notes. So we're going to make a directory for this. We'll call it IAM lab. And we'll call this cheat sheet. And this is a markdown file. Huh, it didn't copy the markdown format though. Oh well. Okay, you could export it as markdown. That looks like GitHub Markdown. It does. The markdown is rendered client side. Oh, can we get the raw maybe? I mean, I'm not too sure how we would extract that. I mean, it's okay. We can go back later. You can get the raw if you inspected the element. Can we inspect? It's okay, it might take too long to do it all. I save this in my notes, yes. Okay, and then we can move on to the lab. So I watched the beginning of your how to get into cybersecurity video, and I wanted to be either a web pen tester or bug bounty. So terminal error, you're probably better off aiming for web app pen testing jobs rather than bug bounty, because bug bounty is for people who already know how to do web app pen testing. Definitely don't try to do bug bounty as your first role in cybersecurity. It's not a very good idea. But yeah, I mean, if you want to become a web app security tester, check out the education resources and look at the how to learn about web apps. I think there's like a web app beginner section as well as web app security resources there. Okay, so AWS Labs beta access. Our AWS Labs are still in beta. There is always a chance that something breaks. If you encounter an issue, send me an email, okay? launching the lab. So launch the machine and connect to the VPN. So go to the machine IP port 8000 and then select IAM Basics and create scenario. Okay. So let's go ahead and do this. Launch the machine and connect to the VM. So systems, download VPN config. So these labs are accessible through a VPN key. So you'll VPN into the private network to access the machine. So click on download and guided lab IAM enum. Okay, great. And what we're going to do is we're going to download, well, we downloaded the key. What we're going to do is we're going to move this into a directory. Where'd that thing go? What was that thing called? Hold on. Guided lab IAM enum. Okay. So it's under G. Where is it? Here it is. Okay, so we're just going to move this into our VPN keys directory. And then from our keys directory, we can start, we can make our connection. Here we go. So this is a pretty regular thing when you're dealing with cybersecurity education platforms and you want to access their resources. You need to VPN into their network. Okay, Cypher asks, isn't it better to learn bug bounty to qualify for a pen tester than to work as a pen tester to qualify for bug bounty? The whole market has changed recently. Well, I mean, I'm definitely against doing bug bounty as your first role, because bug bounty doesn't pay regularly. You want to aim for a job that pays you a regular salary, because if you do bug bounty and you're not good at it, you could go for years without getting paid. And if you can work for years without getting paid, you don't need a job. If you work as a web app pen tester, you get paid every time you work. If you do bug bounty, you may not get paid every time you work. So that's the difference. Okay, so we're now connected to the VPN, and we should probably check to make sure that we're connected by doing a little IPA. And we see that we've got our ton0 interface, which is the standard one for VPN connections, which means we're probably connected. Okay, so from here we can launch the lab. And thank you very much for subscribing, Seiji BLG. I'm not too sure how to pronounce that, but hello. Do you know Kotlin or Swift programming languages for developing applications on Android, iOS, or Mac? No. I mean, Kotlin is very closely related to Java. Are you looking to develop applications for Android mobile? Sending positive energy. Hello, the IT Nomad. Nice to see you here. Okay, so we got our IAM lab IP address over here. We should probably check our connection with it. So if we do ping on this address and we get packets back, that means we're connected. And we've got a connection to the machine. Awesome. So let's go ahead and access the machine on port 8000. Okay, so let me copy that. Where do we... So we need to access the machine IP over here. Let's copy and paste it. Okay. And then we can access this from our web browser. How many Android developers are here? Let me know. If you are an Android developer and you are in the chat, let us know. Turn bug bounty into their entire livelihood. The thing is that you have to be really good at finding bugs and have a lot of experience in web app hacking before you can turn bug bounty into a full-time career. Akila, hello, nice to see you here. What is up? Sorry I didn't see your message earlier. Okay, so initiating creation. Okay, done. And then what do we want to do? Okay, so it will take 3 to 5 minutes to fully launch. Okay, you will receive an access key and a secret. This is your starting point, and your output will be different. So eventually, they'll give us our access key. So our access key, our secret access key, and your unique resource ID. Okay. Note the unique ID. All of your resources will be tagged with this ID. Good. And AWS CLI. So we've got the AWS CLI installed on our system already, but they've got instructions here to do this if you don't. So we will say that we launch the scenario. And I guess the next thing is going to be answering questions. Okay. So let's see. Terraform output completed with no error code. CloudGoat output Bob access key. Bob access key. Okay, so we got this stuff over here. We probably want to save it to some credentials. And let's see, what was this lab called? IAM lab. Great. Creds.txt. So that's the secret key, right? So this is just the access key. So, I mean, I guess we could just copy this entire thing. Okay, so our Bob access key is this, our secret access key is this, and then we need to... Fact Warrior, hello, nice to see you here. What is up? Okay, so CloudGoat IAM basic start.txt. Alright, so I think this is our resource that we're looking for. Actually, let's copy the entire file path just in case we need it. Okay, we'll save out our credentials here, and I saw somebody talking about bug bounty. Is that the same as pen testing? Bug bounty is when you do crowd-funded pen testing. You get people to do testing on your behalf, and if they find a bug, they report it to the company, and if the company decides that it is a serious enough bug, then they will pay you money for reporting it. At least that's the theory. Okay, Terminator says, good night. Thank you for helping me understand about the roles and giving me resources in cybersecurity. No worries. I'm here to... Plays nice. Plays nice? Plays nice. What are we talking about? Anyways. Help me to become an Android developer. An Android developer. I mean, the first thing you need to do is start developing apps. I'm sure you can find a bunch of different courses and stuff that teach you how to do that. Policy hunting. Okay, configuring a profile. Before you can interact with the AWS environment, you need to authenticate. As a pen tester, you will often juggle multiple compromised keys instead of overwriting your default credentials. So it's best practice to set up an isolated profile. When you deploy the scenario, CloudGoat prints Bob's access key and secret key to your terminal. Use them to configure a new profile specifically for him. Okay, so let's make one for Bob. Sure. So we can copy this command, and then we can AWS configure profile for CG Bob. They're going to ask us some questions. They're going to ask us for an AWS key ID, and let me get that. So this will be AWS CLI 1, and we'll call this AWS CLI 2. Okay, thank you for the great contents. I really liked your previous interview session. Great education. Thank you very much, Fact Warrior. I'm hoping to find some other people in the community to talk to about cybersecurity stuff, because it's very... Oh, I'm not even in the directory. It's good to be able to get a good perspective on multiple people in multiple roles in cybersecurity. So access key is this one. Okay, Maximilian says, I'm a student and this is all I want to do, being a hacker. I have Android as a model. Help with it. I might need help with it, so thanks for any chance you could train me. I mean, I don't do personal mentorship. And then we need our secret access key. So the secret access key that we got is this one. Feel free to ask questions. I mean, I've got a Reddit and I've got a Discord, but I don't. I can't hold anybody's hand and train them, because that's a lot of time. I can't afford that. AWS region name. So the default region name is the best one to use is usually like USA East, but what is it again? AWS regions US East. So let's see. It is USA East 1 and USA East 2. So I usually use USA East 1 as a default, but they might tell us to use something else. So let me go back and check up on that. So that set the default region to USA East 1. Okay, and the output to JSON. That's what I thought. Okay, yeah, USA East 1 in the example. Great. Monkey Man says, I'm going to go into the Navy to do IT, hopefully to follow cybersecurity. Any suggestions on what I should focus on? In the Navy? Huh. Are you talking about the American Navy? But what should you focus on? So cybersecurity, I mean, probably focus on computer networking first, because those are the fundamentals of doing IT work. So computer networking, and then maybe figure out what kind of role you want to do. I didn't get to see the birds. We might have some birds coming up in about 30 minutes or so, or maybe less. But yeah, check out this video. Check out this website over here, and check out the video at the top. It talks about the different roles in cybersecurity, and the first thing you need to figure out is which job you want to aim for in the end, because the training for each different role, it's very, they're very different from each other. Okay, let's play some dramatic. Actually, we haven't played Mass Effect in a while. Mass Effect is some fantastic music. So how many programmers are there that know 5 languages? I mean, some people know a lot of different languages, that's true. Okay, so we've got our account configured now. We put in our credentials, our region name, our default format, and we can now get started. So what do they suggest to us here? You can now confirm access with this command. So AWS STS get caller identity, profile name. So we would copy this. It's like CG Bob, I think. Okay, so we got our user account ID. We've got our user ID, we've got our account number, and then we've got our ARN. And our ARN is essentially an ID identifier for our particular resource. Okay, Joseph Elliott West, I know more than five languages. I mean, it's not super uncommon for people to know more than one programming language, especially if they do a lot of work in tech, yeah? Do you use the Tor browser? I don't do stuff on the darknet. I don't do stuff on... because mostly, you know, you're doing not so great things on the darknet, so I kind of avoid it. And Sick in the Mind, hello, nice to see you here. Burner email says, how long does it take from start to finish to learn and do your first pen test? Between 1.5 and 2 years. So between 18 months and 24 months. That's my estimate. Okay, Amazon resource names are unique identifiers used to specify resources within Amazon Web Services. That sounds about right. Okay, so we've got our access. So the next thing we need to do is flag 1, map out managed policies, the description. So managed policies are standalone JSON rulebooks created by administrators. They can be attached to multiple users, groups, or roles at the same time. We need to know which one of these rulebooks apply to Bob. First, ask AWS to list all the managed policies attached to Bob. This will return a list of ARNs, Amazon resource names. Okay. So list attached user policies. These are all of the rules that apply to our user Bob. And Bob CGID. So the CGID is this one. Okay, Maximilian says, okay, where should I start in being a hacker? Where should I start in being a hacker? Check out the guide over here. Okay, Sick in the Mind says, what's funny is people install Tor browsers and think that they're anonymous all of a sudden. I mean, you do not want to use a Tor browser to browse the regular internet. That's not a very good idea. B. Kim King says, I use Windows, but I have VMware in my machine. I have a couple of OSs, Ubuntu, Kali, Windows 10. Okay. Let's see. Joseph says, you should gather footage of all the birds constantly and make an epic bird montage with cool music. I mean, I could get like a collection of all of my bird clips and have it running like in the corner of the stream for people who want to just watch the birds. Yeah, I might set that up in the future. Anyways, okay, so what am I missing here? Oh, I've got a funny bracket. Let me get rid of that bracket. Okay, so attach policies to our user, CG Bob. Policy name, IAM read-only access. So policy ARN is this. Okay, so we've got two policies. IAM read-only access and CG flag 1 managed policy. So this is probably our first flag over here. Okay, Sick in the Mind says, 2 days ago, a guy from Indiana was arrested buying drugs on the dark web. I mean, one of the things that people don't realize is that sometimes your exit nodes on Tor are associated with government agencies. And if that's the case, then they'd be able to see the stuff that you're doing on the dark web. Siso as Master says, I know someone who runs an intermediate node. He has stories. I'm sure he does. Okay, I think everybody should switch to Linux. I mean, I think everybody who wants to switch to Linux should switch to Linux. Oh, nice, you're doing AWS. HackSableSec, hello, nice to see you here. Yeah, we're doing a lab from HackSmarter. So HackSmarter, this one's about enumeration of the IAM service. Operating systems are like religion. Use what you're comfortable with. I mean, I don't know if I'd call it religion, but yeah, people get really attached to their operating systems. So the policy name. So we have a policy name, so we should probably follow up on this. Okay, you will see I am ready read-only access, which allows you to play this game, and a custom scenario policy. The list command only gives you the names. To see the metadata associated with the custom policy, you need to run a get command using the ARN that you just discovered. So AWS IAM get policy. Okay. So let's copy this. So we need to plug in some stuff. So the account ID of the policy ARN, which is this. Which is this. Okay. And the second part is the CG CG flag, manage policy, this here. And then we should get a flag here. Okay, HSM, manage policy master, great. Okay, so okay, that sounds like a cult. Religion is not a cult. Well, I mean, let's see. Aquila says operating systems are just tools, so are programming languages. If FIFA had a Ubuntu version, I would be fully Ubuntu. How good is your OPSEC? Burner email, how good is your OPSEC? Not as good as it should be. It should be better, burner email. Someone asked about phishing, as if that can be ethical. Not sure about that one. Have you ever tried phishing? I mean, I've assisted in phishing campaigns as part of a security test. So I worked for a company that was doing a phishing campaign for a client of theirs, but I've never done phishing as in the legal phishing for bad people, you know, that kind of thing. Okay. No less, 2 OS enters, 1 OS leaves. Looks like a flag there, yeah. It can be ethical, most are not. I've got at least 20 bluegill on a single fishing expedition. Bluegills. I'm not too sure what that is. That a type of fish? Anyways. Okay, we got a flag, so we can submit this. And do we just keep these? Do we keep the flags around for later? I guess I can copy this to my flags. So echo to flags. We might be copying a few of these. Okay, so there's one. Not good at hacking skills, said every pentester ever. I mean, we're all on our lovely learning journeys. Some further along than others. Okay, flag 2, hunt for inline policies, the statement ID. So unlike managed policies, inline policies are custom one-off rules baked directly into a specific user. Administrators often create these for quick fixes and then forget about them, making them prime targets for privilege escalation. Okay, so imposter syndrome is rampant among hackers. There's always someone better than all of us. I mean, the thing is that there's this public perception that hackers are some sort of omnipotent beings that know everything. And that if there's anything that you don't know as a quote-unquote hacker, then you are not worthy of calling yourself a hacker. It's like people have this unrealistic, view of what hackers are supposed to be in their head. It's kind of toxic. So first, check if Bob has any hidden inline policies. So list user policies. Wait, isn't this the same thing we did before? List user policies. So list user policies, what was the other command we did? Oh, list attached user policies. That's tricky. List user policies versus list attached user policies. I wish if my work didn't keep me busy, I would. Huh. Hacking has existed long before computers. People view hackers as people with superpowers. Let's see. People say there's no entry level in cybersec and better to choose other roles in IT for entry level. What's your thought? So, I mean, a lot of people think that there are certain roles in cybersecurity that are definitely not entry level, but there are other ones that that are. So it's tough. Okay. So I mean, we were talking earlier with someone who was working in DevSecOps, and DevSecOps is definitely not going to be your first role in cybersecurity or tech. But there are other roles that are accessible to people who are just getting into the industry. I mean, we can talk a little bit. So, entry-level cyber roles. So as far as entry-level cyber roles are concerned, web app security tester, it could be an entry-level role, except that you need to do a lot of training yourself to be able to qualify for this kind of thing. I mean, I did it myself, but it required a lot of hard work. A lot of hard work. So web app security tester could be a beginner role. I mean, same thing with like network security. There's a person who streams on Twitch. So you might have heard of him. His name is Pebble, and he went straight into network security testing and web app security testing out of high school. But he'd been learning about cybersecurity for like 2 or 3 years before he got that job. He's been working full time as a tester for almost a year now, I'm pretty sure. But yeah. I mean, what else could be like an entry-level cybersecurity role? Like junior SOC analyst? So analysts are security operations center analysts, people who go through logs and decide to either, escalate things that are found by the logs or to drop them. And this is a more common role than you would see in cybersecurity than network security testers or web app security testers. So Azure Sentinel, I mean, not sure. Hello, people on YouTube. Hello. The amount of time he invested learning since he was young, without a full-time job, he was able to cover a ton of material that even a college student wouldn't pick up. Yeah, I mean, it's not easy. It's not easy to get into security testing as your first role. It's possible, but it's not easy. Sick the Mind says, Pebble also invested significant time to learn the craft and showed that he had the chops for it. I did it myself, required a lot of training. Hex AbleSec, nice to see another self-trained person. Like a lot of training. A lot of training. Okay, let's so we're looking at inline policies. So inline policies, attached policies. These are attached policies versus inline policies, I'm pretty sure. Sick of the Mind says, you really have to grind and you really have to love this stuff to be able to get into a cyber role as your first gig. Yeah. It's constant learning, it's constant doubt, and it's constant testing of yourself to find out where your knowledge gaps are. And occasionally it feels very, very bad. Okay, so policy names, we got our policy name here. So let's look up the policy name for CG flag inline policy. Is it here? Is it this one? I'm assuming it's the same kind of thing, right? No such... okay, we have to use a different command. Example 6, like THM for 3 months straight and 16 hours a day. Port Swigger for 1 month straight. Monkey Man says bug bounty. I mean, it's possible to do bug bounty as your first job in cybersecurity, but it's an even worse idea. If you think about doing web app security testing as your first role in cybersecurity, it is an even worse idea to do bug bounty as your first cybersecurity role. I can't emphasize enough how bad an idea it is. Wild Radio says Bombal recommends at least help desk level starting point is available, then you have what it takes to start grinding in cyber. I mean, if I were to go back and do it again, I would probably start from an IT help desk. What are they called? Are they called assistants? Are they called consultants? Are they called, well, I mean, they're workers. So IT help desk worker or a network administrator. Or I would do some sort of development. So some sort of development role, developing software, and then pivot from these kind of roles into security is probably the better way to do it. I'm not saying that you can't go directly into security. I'm saying if you have the choice, don't do it, and pivot from another IT role into it. Okay, service desk according to ITIL. Okay, I need to head to bed. No worries, HexAppleSec. Let's give you a fun video redeem to see you off. How about some Nyan Cat? There you go. The problem with me was that I was in a big rush to get into the industry. So I burned myself out grinding and learning all of the skills I thought I needed to know to do. I actually learned all of my training was geared towards doing network security testing, but the job I actually got was doing web app security testing. So that's kind of a funny thing. Okay, what if I teach myself for 10 years? I mean, 10 years is a long... I mean, maybe, but in those 10 years, you could have worked maybe like 2 or 3 years doing other IT roles and then pivoted into red teaming. When you do red teaming, you really benefit from knowing the other side of IT. So if you've done network security, then doing network security testing is a lot easier because you know how the networks work in the first place. If you come at it from a perspective of just trying to break the network security first, without having the underlying knowledge of how the networks work in the first place, it's going to be a lot more difficult. What are the certs that you chose? I mean, I don't have any major certs. I got the job that I got through connections. So my most recommended certification is knowing the people that are doing the hiring. That's the best one. What are you going to do for work for 10 years? I mean, training for 10 years, yeah. People usually have time limits as to how long they can do their training and, you know, all that other good stuff. Okay, t-shirts, t-shirts. All right, so let's figure out, what do they want us to do? So hunt for the inline policies, the statement ID. So now that you have the name of the inline policy, pull the actual JSON document. So the actual JSON document, AWS IAM get user policy for Bob, and then the policy name is this thing. Okay, let's pull it up. The problem is that Bob has a... Okay. So Bob's CG ID is something. CD flag 2. Are these going to be the same? Let's give this a test. Are intended to hack the Gibson? Yeah, that's what we're trying to do. Okay, get rid of this and then run the command. Second of mine says my first cert was a Windows 7 client MCP cert. Windows 7 was a long time ago. Okay, so what do we got? So our inline certification for CG Bob is action, describe instances. EC2 would describe instances, allow on everything. Allow on everything is not ideal for connections. Wish I had that. So you guys are my connections. So, I mean, you can make connections. One of the things I highly recommend to people is to find their local cybersecurity group that meets up and does talks. So you'd search for two things. Making social connections. So you'd either look for like a DEF CON group. So it's usually going to be DEF CON plus the area code. So DC 604 is the Vancouver group. Or like, so there's either going to be like a DEF CON group or there's going to be an OWASP group. So they would call it like OWASP city name. So the thing is that your city has to be sufficiently large. It's not a DEF CON group, by the way. Those are for different people. True. True, true, true. Besides Atlanta and DC 404 are here in GA. Georgia? Is that what GA stands for? You're heading to DEF CON, definitely volunteer in the village. I mean, make those social connections. So I've seen a lot of like HackTheBox groups. So like a HackTheBox, like a group that meets up to do HackTheBox challenges, or I found a lot of those. We also found like quite a few for different parts of the world when we were doing some research. Let me grab that. I think it's in the education resources. Yeah, IRL security meetups. We found a few different ones. Try looking the list for an idea. You might not necessarily see your city in there, but yeah, these are the type of things you can look for. Okay, so it is very expensive, so don't just go just to volunteer. I mean, we're talking about DEF CON. DEF CON is very expensive, yeah. Okay, so EC2 describe instances, we got this access here. Thank you very much for subscribing. Twofly JS, thank you. Okay, let's see if I missed any messages. If you're heading to DEF CON, definitely volunteer in the village. Can you go to online social groups? I'm in the middle of nowhere. I mean, burner email, yeah, you could look for groups online. I'm not too sure where you would do that, except for like Discord. If you're talking about like major online groups that are centered around cybersecurity, most of the major platforms have a community of their own. So Pico CTF has its own cybersecurity Discord community that you could look into, or HackTheBox. HackTheBox has its own Discord community. You could look into that, and also TryHackMe. Go there and start making some friends, is what I would say. Can you give me some cheat sheets for Python? Here's the thing. Every time you do some cool stuff with Python, you need to document it. So keep track of the scripts that you write. And if you write a script that does some cool stuff, you need to be able to identify it so that you can come back to it later if you want to do the same thing. So this is basically what I do with all of my documentation of the challenges I do on GitHub. So every time I do a cybersecurity challenge, I try to keep track of how I solved it so that I can come back to it later if I see something similar in the future. Okay, so how do we make use of this describe instances action? I've never really used this before. SysOS says, get a Git server. Every script you make for yourself, commit to a repo, profit. I mean, the other thing to make yourself a cheat sheet for Python is just solve a bunch of challenges. So you could solve challenges like stuff over at LeetCode. So LeetCode, or you can solve a bunch of challenges over at Advent of Code. The good thing about using popular challenge websites like LeetCode or Advent of Code, for that matter, is that people document this stuff. So if you ever see challenges that you can't solve yourself, you can look at other write-ups by other people who did the same challenges, and they might have a better idea than yours. So you might create a solution for a challenge, and then you look at the write-ups that other people have done, and they might be coming up with solutions that feel much better than the stuff that you came up with. Okay, in this job market, what is your advice for freshers? Juniors? Are you talking about cybersecurity, or are you talking about tech in general, or something else? Aman, hello, nice to see ya. So let's take a look at what's going on in the lab. Okay, in the AWS JSON policies, the SID stands for the statement ID, an optional identifier for the rule. Look at the SID value here. Oh, is the SID value the flag? Okay. They want this as the flag. Thank you very much for following on Twitch, Shatterpoint. Thank you. Okay, Jane Street Puzzles? Jane Street Puzzles. I've never heard of that. Dead After, hello. I'm a first-timer. No worries, nice to see you here. I commit 95 of my scripts to my NAS. Network, what is it called? A network something server? What does NAS stand for again? Okay, so there's flag 1, network attached storage. Okay, so you keep it on your local drive. Why did I create something called profile? I need to delete that. How did this get created? RM, like this. Okay, good, great. That bothers me. All right, we've got an actual flag here, which we'll submit. Okay, tech in general. It might be a bad time to start looking for entry-level roles in tech, because everybody, I mean, the whole, like, you know, AI thing is all up in the air. Definitely hone your skills. I think in the future, the companies are going to expect a higher quality of work from people who are getting into junior positions, which seems kind of unfair, but that might be the way it goes in the future. You were showing something about Jane Street. Over here? Oh, this one. We're a research-driven trading firm with curious people. I don't know what this actually refers to. Oh, this is a sponsor. Okay, this is the sponsor for Advent of Code for 2025. Okay. I like how you abuse enter schlop. Enter schlop, I'm not too sure what that refers to. Let's go back. Okay, so the next step is to complete and continue. Okay, group and role enumeration. So flag 3, we need to investigate group memberships. So in AWS, you don't just get permissions from policies attached directly to you. You also inherit all permissions from any groups that you belong to. Check which groups Bob is a member of. Okay, let's do that. AI won't take your job, but someone using AI definitely will. Possibly. Where's our Bob username? There it is. Okay, so AWS IAM list groups for user, username Bob, profile CG Bob. Okay, let's copy this. Oh, you know what? We've got a break right now. So let's take a break and put on the birds while we have a little drink. How about... Oh, I love these guys. These are some woodpecker hatchlings. Well, not hatchlings, they're fledglings. Anyways, have fun with the woodpeckers. We'll be back in about 30 seconds. Just need to have a little sip of water. Okay, I think I might have missed a couple of messages. Like how you press enter on your keyboard. Is it super loud when I press enter on the keyboard? Sorry about that. Okay, the AI comment, the deeper I get into model training, the more I see AI skills are some hardcore challenges to deal with. NullSec8 says I have 137 problems solved in LeetCode. You missed mine, dead after 2. Let me check the log and see what you said, dead after. Would you say now is a good time for web developers to pivot into some sort of web security testers with the rise of AI? I mean, that really depends on how much you like web development versus how much you like dissecting web apps and identifying security flaws. I mean, people who are super... I mean, I'm sure... could you tell me how much web development experience you have? Dead after 2? Let me know. Okay, so Bob is part of these groups. So path HSM group membership found. I mean, this looks like a flag. Okay. HSM group membership found. Great. And I guess we'll submit this as a flag. We'll record it first. And what's the next step? So flag 3, yep, we done that. Flag 4, identify assumable roles, the tags. Roles of temporary hats that a user can put on to gain different privileges. If a pen tester finds an overly permissive role that the compromised user is allowed to assume, it's often game over. Okay, dead. So dead after says 15 plus. 15 plus problems in LeetCode or 15 plus years in web development, doing full stack. Like solving puzzles? Then yes, join the fight. So dead after, are you... Oh, 15 years. 15 plus years in full stack? Well, I mean, if you've done 15 plus years in full stack, then you probably have the fundamentals to be very, very good at web app security testing. What I would say is take a look at the education resources over here. Look into the web app security testing resources and pay a lot of attention to Portswigger. So portswigger.net is the best place to learn about web app security stuff. If you've got a lot of years in web app development, then most of the concepts here should be pretty easy for you to pick up. But give it a go. Okay, what do they want this to do next? So let's see. List all the roles in the AWS account that to see what targets exist. So what are the roles? Profile CG Bob. Thank you, appreciate the advice. I mean, you've got a big heads up. You've got a big leg up over the competition if you want to get into security testing. If you have development experience. If you know how the applications work, if you know how like login flows work, if you know how file upload functions usually go, it makes breaking logins or file upload functions that much easier. Okay, so we got this role. STS assume role. Okay, so STS assume role is a very bad thing from a security perspective, so we could probably make some progress like that. Thank you very much. Oh gosh, how do you read this? Myungsop? Myungsop, thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube. Omi G Wires, thank you very much. And Jerix, thank you very much for the subscription on YouTube. Thank you. So this is probably our way in. We need to STS assume role and OPS API gateway. So assume role of this server. Chat missed. Aman, let's see. They say dude is dead. Stop trying to. Dude is dead. SDE is dead. What does SDE stand for in this case? Software something... Software Development Engineering or something? How can we do hacking learning Python? I mean, a lot of people use Python scripts for automation and hacking. So learning Python is probably a pretty good first programming language to learn. Since there's a lot of people using it, you can start using it very quickly. And there's a lot of exploitation scripts that are written in Python. So if you don't understand how the programming language works, it makes using those scripts a lot harder. Software dev. Okay, software dev. Message before that for context. Sorry, it's hard for me to keep up with chat sometimes. I did DSA, did some MERN TypeScript, made projects, but my friends cheated in tests and just acted smart with their communication. Got way better salaries, but all they do in the job is vibe coding. I mean, sometimes people get away with not knowing much in their job because they're able to... What is the word? They're able to BS their way into it, maybe? They likely can't get in the field because either bad attitude, bad resume, or not enough experience. Okay, so we found our assume role. So once we identify the custom scenario role, CG flag role CGID, query it specifically to investigate its metadata and see if the administrator has left any useful AWS tags. So AWS IAM get role, role name, CG flag for role. Okay, I need to take a look at that again. So the CG flag for role. So the role name is CG flag 4. Role name, okay. So CG flag 4, let's look out for it. There's a lot of roles here, geez. Oh, here we go. No, this is not the CG flag 4 role. Here it is, here it is. Okay, so Pravesh says, I don't know Linux, so can I just use Python for hacking? I don't know Linux, so can I just use Python for hacking? I mean, I'd say that if you want to get into hacking and cybersecurity stuff, learning Linux is probably, it's not a must, but it's going to be a lot easier for you if you learn Linux while you're learning cybersecurity, because there's a lot of Linux systems out there in the world, especially if you're dealing with web applications, because most web applications are running on a Linux server or they're being managed by a Linux server, so it's tough. Network pentesting and infrastructure pentesting, you won't get far on Windows alone. Most people learn both Windows and Linux. There are people who stick strictly to Linux, and there are people who stick strictly to Windows, but you should probably be more flexible, because it's hard to avoid. It's hard to avoid Windows, and it's also hard to avoid Linux if you work in enough environments. And you don't want to be the type of person who runs up against a wall and is not able to do something because you refuse to learn one of the popular systems that everybody uses. Okay, so they want us to take a look at this role here. So it's STS assume role action. STS assume role. So are we able to assume any role? So effect allow, principal, so this is us, STS assume role. Okay, and there's more than one. So this is still STS assume role. Are these different users? Okay, my CTF for everybody I'm working on, and the entire second level is teaching Linux navigation. So can I just use Python for hacking? Just use Python for hacking. I mean, being really good at Python scripting, it's not so hard. It's not so hard to teach yourself like a new programming language. It's not so hard to teach yourself how to use Linux. It takes time, but you're going to need to learn a lot of different skills to do cybersecurity. If you refuse to learn one system, another system, this programming language, this skill set, you're going to find yourself very limited. Thank you very much for subscribing. Bit2 Sharma, thank you. You can't shortcut becoming a tech expert. Yeah, I mean, you don't need to learn everything, but you need to learn the things that everybody else is using. Because hacking's all about learning the systems that people are using. Of course, learning systems that people aren't using so much isn't automatically a bad thing, but learning the stuff that everybody else is using is pretty much standard. Okay, so what do they want us to do? Look inside the tags array. So let's see. Identify the custom security role, query it specifically to investigate its metadata, and see if the administrators left any useful AWS tags. So let's go ahead and grab the flag role. The flag role names. So role name, this one. And there were like, is this the same name? CGTON. This is the same one. Okay, so I guess I don't need to... Alright. Thank you very much for subscribing, Pravesh Badur Shahi. Hello, nice to see you. Okay, so the query is for this thing. The command is AWS IAM get role. Role name is this thing, profile Bob. So the only thing I need to do is I need to make sure that I've got the correct CG ID over here. I used to think that there was, I used to think I was actually not too bad at doing AWS security stuff because of the CTFs I did before. But the CTFs I did before were very, very basic. And I realized that I actually knew very little about AWS security. So this is why I'm here. And this is why we're learning more about cloud hacking. Okay, what are we doing now? So we're doing more cloud hacking tutorials here. So I think I got that flag, and I can submit these flags here. Okay. And the other flag is this one. Group membership found. Oh, brother, cloud hacking is so interesting. I mean, I think... So, cloud hacking is a very good example of a technology that people should be learning if they want to, especially if they want to do like web app security stuff. Because web apps are being hosted on cloud technologies or in cloud platforms very, very frequently nowadays. So if you know how to do web app security testing, but you refuse to learn cloud pen testing stuff, you're really shooting yourself in the foot, because even if you know how to do web app security testing, if you don't know how the technologies are connected to the cloud, then there's this whole chunk of the application that you can't really test. And thank you very much for following one last time, Sparky. Thank you. Much appreciated. Okay, let's go back. Happy Friday, Champer. Champer, do I know you? Do I know you, Champer? Let me know how I know you, thank you. Okay, that's true. I had an interview for a few weeks ago. I asked if I had cloud testing, said no, didn't get the gig. I mean, in that case, you should probably tell them that you're really interested in cloud web app testing, or cloud app testing, and that you are willing to teach yourself. Okay. Van City Sec Gang. Yeah, no worries, Jumper. No worries. Okay. Thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube. Cijo Coppin. Thank you. Thank you very much. Van City Sec, yeah. Okay, Flag 5, deep dive into managed policy documents. Wow, this is such a long lab. I thought it would be much shorter than this, but it's okay, we got 20 minutes left. So you viewed the metadata of the managed policy and policy enumeration, but you didn't see the actual JSON rules. AWS handles managed policies uniquely to allow for rollbacks. AWS saves multiple versions of a policy. To read the rules, you must request a specific version. Huh. Okay, are you doing web app testing? We're more doing cloud testing, so cloud security testing. It's kind of, it's related to web app testing. It's not the same thing. But yeah, if you take a look at the education resources over there, we've got separate resources for web app testing and for cloud testing. Okay, so first look back at your previous output and note the default version ID. It's usually version 1. Now command AWS to show you the exact JSON document for the default version. Okay, so the policy ARN for the account ID. I should probably save this out somewhere because having to look this stuff up is a bit of a pain. So maybe over here? What was the previous command we did? Okay, what do you use for testing? Are you doing freelancing? No. We're just doing education right now. This is a training exercise we're doing. Okay, so let's redirect this into flag 4 roll. Okay. Okay, let's see. From experience, find a minimalist Linux distro and figure out how to configure the system and add all the packages you need. I started with version 0.95 into the early 1990s. 1.44 megabyte floppy at a time. How many disks was that? Like 20 or 50? Must have been a lot. Okay, so flag 4 roll. We're looking for this stuff over here in our next command. So the command we're going to use is this one. Flag 5. Policies define what you can do on which target. Look at the resource block in the JSON output to see what this policy allows access to. Let's see. Where are you from? And from where did you do your CS degree? I did not do a CS degree. So Pravesh, I did not study computer science. I studied visual arts. So we need to get our policy ARN. So let's grab that ARN for this one here. We'll grab the entire thing here and then we'll plug it in. And I think we can just, yeah, just over here. Okay. Self-learning cybersecurity is insane. It certainly felt insane when I was doing it. Does this HackSmarter go over like CI/CD and finding vulns at scale, and also teaching how to build wrappers for developers? One last time, Sparky. Hello. Yeah, I mean, HackSmarter covers a lot of good stuff, I'd say. Check out his platform over here, and take a look at the courses and the modules. Cybersecurity is about skills, not degrees. I mean, some people care about degrees, but the number of people that are gatekeeping you based on whether or not you've got a degree, it's becoming less of a major concern these days. Okay, and you use an LLM to make your thumbnails. I do use an LLM to make my thumbnails. I mean, I went to school for visual arts, but I use an LLM to make my thumbnails. You know why? Because if I made my thumbnails myself, it would take a lot of time. Let's see. Sometimes I watch your voice while sleeping. Your voice is like ASMR. Well, thank you, Amit. If you get any sort of value from my videos, I'm happy about that. So let's see. When calling the get policy version operation, this is not valid. So this policy ARN is not valid. Hold on. Should I put this between some quotes? It doesn't like this. So IAM get policy version, policy ARN, this thing, version ID 1, CD profile Bob. Take a closer look. Okay, appreciate your work. I am a CS student. I don't even know Linux commands, and you're doing cloud testing, analyzing systems. That's insane. I mean, anybody can do any skill set if they take the time to learn and they've got the patience to study. I mean, I didn't think that I would be able to do security testing at all, but I spent a lot of time studying and learning, and eventually the skills that you learn over time are enough to get the job done. Speaking of the voices, I'm creating a user manual for a mobile app, but I'm listening to everything. Creating a user manual for a mobile app, listening to everything. I think there's certifications helps for getting jobs. I mean, they certainly can. It really depends on what the certification is and what the job is. Okay, so this is flag, role trust found. This was from the previous thing. So we're looking for the ARN. This should be the same one. And they're saying that this one is invalid. I need to look at the thing again. Thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube. Fachu Chendra. I'm not sure how to pronounce the name, but thank you very much. So this is not valid. Is this the same one that we copied? So this is not a valid ARN. So role name, get policy version. So we're talking about policies, right? So role names. We're looking for policies. Get user policy. Okay, so user policy is here. We don't have an ARN associated with this. Get policy version. No. Get policy. Policy was not found. See if we can plug this one in. Okay, where do you learn cybersecurity? Did you take any courses? I mean, I learned most of my cybersecurity stuff from reading blogs and doing modules and doing exercises like CTF exercises. So I mean, if you want to get started, check out the website, check out the stuff in the educational resources. To people who want to join the Discord, we've got a Discord here. We also have a Reddit. Want to check that out. Okay, so IAM get policy version, policy ARN. So this is one of the for the flag, CG flag 1 managed policy. Oh, CG flag 1 managed policy. We saw that a long time ago. Okay, let's go back in our history. So get all the policies. List user policies. Okay, so we got flag 2 inline policy. So there's a difference between list user policies and lists. A difference between list user policies and get user policy. Okay. Get user policy is this. But we're actually looking for a policy named like flag 1. CG flag 1 managed policy. Okay. Is it still necessary to learn all these commands when AI can do them? Cypher, that's not the right way to look at it. If you get the AI to do your commands for you every time you're doing stuff on the terminal, you're building very bad habits. I mean, I use the AI to get command syntax, but it's a bad idea to overly rely on the AI for everything. You should be taking your own notes and being able to reference back to stuff that you've done before. That's the better way to do it. Okay, so... Oh, where was that cheat sheet? Okay, so cheat sheet.md, because I kind of... Get and decode policy managements. Get a managed policy document by ARN or name. Okay, version ID, IAM get policy, policy ARN. So list inline policies, list attached policies. List roles. Okay, so if you can't run the commands but the AI can, why would anybody hire you over the AI? Datu says you will never learn anything if you use the AI for anything. Make sure you learn it afterwards at least. It's best help to use the help files for shells. You'll thank yourself later for it. Use AI for everything. I mean, the AI can help to... It can help you learn a lot. You can learn a lot from the AI. It's a much better attitude to see the AI as a learning assistant, more than something that does the job for you. Okay, BKM King says, understand your flow. AI is just a tool to make everything faster. You, the coder, the AI is an assistant. Necra says, I use Sublime and CLI to work in, and I'm sitting to track my work. The AI can help give you some direction, okay? And what topic do you think is the hardest? I'm currently learning SQL injection, and it's tough. SQL injection at a higher level, especially when we're talking about blind SQL injection or Boolean-based and time-based SQL injection, they're pretty advanced topics. I mean, I consider myself only barely competent in... I've only barely scratched the surface as far as SQL injection is concerned. But yeah, definitely learn how to do SQL injection manually. You'll really appreciate the tools afterwards. In today's corporate world, they'll ask you, why didn't you use AI? And without learning AI, you can't get a job because AI is replacing entry-level jobs. I mean, nobody's saying don't learn how to use the AI. Oh brother, blind out-of-band SQL injection. Yeah, that's some rough stuff. Write the correct syntax for something rather than memorizing little details can usually be okay. I mean, everybody's got to come to terms with how they use AI to assist them in their daily tasks. I'd say that you should be prepared for a world that doesn't have AI at some point, because the AI is not always available. So sometimes you don't have access to it. And I mean, we've seen situations where people lose access to the AI and suddenly their productivity grinds to a halt. And that shouldn't happen. It's kind of a gross thing to become overtly dependent on AI to be able to do any of your job. Okay, so IAM, AWS IAM get policy. So we need the policy ARNs here. We need the policy names here. So where's the beginning of this? So let's see, list attached policies, role name, get roles. Get roles. So the first thing you need to do is you need to get your role. AWS list roles, okay? So we are profile CGI Bob. You know what I should have been doing all this time? I should have been saving the output of these commands so that I can reference back to them later. Okay, so the role... Okay, so let's see. When I think of AI use, it reminds me of when Metasploit Kit came out and everybody thought they were high-level wizards. Nightcry, no! Everybody thought they were a wizard because they were able to use the Metasploit modules. Oh no. One last time, Sparky says, Pravesh, I had an interview earlier this week for a senior role and got asked how much of my workflow is AI augmented. And I jokingly said, trying to eliminate me that fast, I see. Recruiter had a blank stare and gulped. Yesterday, they had layoffs due to the AI push. Carlin Slam, hello. Do you think AI can replace cyber jobs? I think there's going to be a paring down of cybersecurity roles because the companies will get it in their head that they can make do with less people if they're assisted by AI. And I think people assisted by AI are more efficient than people that are not assisted by AIs, but they can't replace everybody. So there's going to be less roles, but they're not going to take over all the jobs. Okay, honest opinion, just lie. Just lie on your applications and pray that you pass the tech interview. Don't be honest with the interviewers. Half the time they don't know half the stuff they're asking you anyways. I mean, I'm not advocating for people to lie. Maybe embellish, but lie? I don't know. But people lie during interviews all the time. This is pretty accepted. Whether or not you get caught out on your lie is a different thing entirely. Okay, my massive company has already replaced anyone except for senior engineer levels using TCS to train the AIs. Can you explain what TCS is in this case? Nightcry? Datu says, you'll find most companies that fired their employees and incorporate more AI to replace them started to hire them back again because it failed. I mean, you can be more productive with AI, it's just that there's a limit to how much more productive a person can be. I mean, can AI help? With AI help, can you replace 2 people on a 10-person team? Maybe. Can you replace 5 people on a 10-person team? That's stretching it. Can you replace 8 people on a 10-person team? That's asking for trouble. Okay, so let's go back to the some of the previous commands we did. Consulting company, okay? They will easily catch you when you lie about something. So I think you should be honest and show the willingness to learn. I mean, if you want to be absolutely safe, then you absolutely should not lie about any of your stuff during your job interviews. But there's a lot of pressure. There's a lot of pressure to get the job. I wouldn't fault anybody for doing a little bit of creative truth telling during their job interviews. Not that I'm endorsing any of that, of course. But people really want to pass their interviews. Okay, so we got our role names here. Job interviews can be brutal. Lie if you need to, but you better be ready to put your nose to the grindstone. Let's see. That'll work for small shops. Large corporations like that are just filling headcount. I mean, the thing is that it's the larger companies that are trying to lay off the most people, right? It's your really big companies who have hundreds of people in their departments who are trying to get rid of the most number of workers. Anyways, okay, so I've run out of time, but I'll probably try to finish this lab offline and then take some notes, because there were so many good commands that I can add to my notes for cloud hacking stuff, especially the stuff on the cheat sheet over here. But in the meantime, I can talk about what we're doing next week. Oh, you know what? I don't have the schedule up for next week. I mean, I need to publish the schedule for next week. But we're going to be back on Wednesday, and we're going to be back on Friday, and we're going to be here at the same times. We're going to be covering a lot more. Well, we're going to be covering a lot of different stuff. We're going to be covering like Python script writing, at least for the next week or so, and then we might move on to web app hacking. So I've got a dedicated course for teaching web app hacking for beginners, and that should be starting in a couple of weeks. Okay, this is why I hate my interviews. I don't ask one-line answer questions. I give a scenario, and I say, tell me your plan of action. Thank you very much for subscribing, Carol Shu. Thank you. Okay, so if you want to know where we are, we've got a Reddit, and we've got a Discord, and let's see if we can identify some cool people on the InfoSec streams. So InfoSec streams is a website where you can find people who are doing security stuff and hacking stuff, and you can see that there are a lot of people on this list. I'd say that the people in the top 10, these are people who stream on a regular basis. So you'll find most of them on like maybe once or twice a week, sometimes 3 times. And yeah, it's a good list, but I see that nobody's on there right now. Let's go ahead and identify some people who are on Twitch. Okay, just gonna start my journey into cybersecurity. Can you guide me on how to be the best paid? How to be best paid and stay best in the game. Hello, Trading Monkey. Yeah, check out this website here, and check out the education links. So who is on right now? I see that Moohiddles is on. Moohiddles is always doing some cool stuff about NASA and space. And we also have, science streams. Science streams is also a good stream talking about science stuff. Let's check them out. Okay, we're learning penetration testing. I mean, in a couple of weeks, I'm going to start a new course on web app hacking, if you want to get into that. But what are we talking about? Today, Science Streams is talking about science news, new species, termite love, fungi. So if you love science, you'll love watching science streams. Let's start the raid. Okay, so everybody, when you arrive at the science streams, if you could give this message over here, OSFrog, Hip Hop Hack, OSFrog, I would really appreciate it. Okay, everybody, I want you to have a great weekend, and we'll see you back on Wednesday. HackerFrogs out in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.